Demon Mama is a lady on the internet. Demon Mama is a streamer who has been streaming for a very long time, as far as I know. Always been sort of ancillary or out of the side of my eye to other streamers that I've seen. Very similar to like Chud Logic in that they are always sort of adjacent to something that I'm interested in the moment, even if I wasn't necessarily like always taking in their content. I reached out to Demon Mama more than a few times, and rated her more than a few times at the start of my streaming career, especially once I started getting a little bit bigger towards the end of last year. Didn't get a lot of response back. I got none. And so, am I salty about it? Oh, God, I'm dying about it, but I'm just going to say that so that just in case. Her community is pretty much very emblematic of a large section outside of them of the online left. It's a good sounding post for a lot of ideas and philosophy, I guess you would say, that is current to whatever thing is happening in the zeitgeist as far as leftists go. I would say Demon Mama is a pretty bog standard voice on stuff. I also have a lot of problems with her content in other directions. Things that do not dissuade me from talking to people ever or make me like actively fucking hate them. Demon Mama has always struck me as being fairly significantly ignorant about how a lot of things work in the world. There's no nicer way to say this. I think I remember one of the first conversations I ever heard her in was something about, she was basically arguing in favor of like anarchist governments or something like that, and didn't understand remotely how products are made and distributed, and it was absolutely actually fucking insane to hear. I know that kind of talk is okay on the online left, or at least in extremely online circles, but I am a person with a very strong grounding in reality because I understand the people who massive decisions affect, because first off, I am one of them. Second off, I'm related to all the people I'm related to are them as well. And third, I like to appeal to human beings that are affected by policies when the policies happen. That's kind of like the crux of my political organizing, my political life. I don't know how to say this in a smarter way. So to kind of skip ahead, I've always been a little bit cautious of her content. She's very exuberant, very, very excited about the things that she's excited about. But I think really to boil it down in a more simplistic way, almost everything that she says is grounded in Demon Mama's vibes, and that's it. There's almost no real world relation to anything she says unless it's a clock that works twice a day, broken clock works twice a day type setup. Most of it is the Vosh school of ontological leftism, which is just basically she operates off the categorical imperative. Good things are good because they're good, and bad things are bad because they're bad. And good people that do bad things are still just bad people because they did bad things. It is an absurd worldview. It has no place outside of, unironically, like deontological circles, which is kind of where that was made from. And it leads to purity testing and to intentional ignorance of things, which I've seen a lot from her community and from her, with all due respect. I know we have crossover here. There's no way to say all this stuff without saying insulting. It's not my direct intention to come out and insult her. It is just going to be absolutely indivorceable from my criticisms to not sound condescending and insulting, because it just the way that she's presented herself and her arguments is so below par that any description of what she says is going to, at least to my mind, sound like I'm addressing a child on most issues, which I think I'm considerably older than Demon Mama. I'm 36. I don't know. She's, who knows, fucking maybe like 25 or something. I don't know. She does better when she approaches drama with a purpose. And her media takes are always interesting, but she also tends to dig in her heels unnecessarily. Yeah, and I think this is a big issue with the online left. The subsection of the online left that I have a big problem with, which is the heel digging and the moralizing, which is most people's problems with progressives, and we'll see that in this video. I think I have it at the right point. We're gonna watch the whole thing. We're gonna watch the whole thing. I thought I wrote down the right time codes, but I don't know for sure. But if this plays at the right place, we're gonna have her stating essentially her thesis, and then we can work back from there. So without further ado, the Demon Mama video, which context is literally there at the top. It's the title, addressing the ContraPoints tweets, the ones I sort of talked about yesterday. She actually has them brought up, so it's going to be much easier for us to talk about those as well. Categorical imperative actually refers to a universal obligation, not an identity of good with good. I'll teach you con sometime. Con's point is less dumb than you think. All right, fair. We can get into it at some point.
And losing their livelihoods and even lives. I believe that immigrants are in great physical danger and face most of the same mission to agenda, almost all of that. In fact, I believe it's reflected in messaging by the Democratic Party all the way up to even Joe Biden himself. Democracy. This social media, at best, donate more to Genocide Joe, is not going to solve this.
Okay, I'll just have to start back at the beginning. Because I tried to copy and paste these last night, and I accidentally put a different time code for a different point, and if we're going to watch the whole thing, we'll get to it. But basically, to summate what we're going to be seeing, Demon Mama's core argument is that she's not against voting, she's against electoralism, to which she provides, in this video, no definition, and which her definition of electoralism that she'll kind of get into isn't even what electoralism is in the sense of America, unless you're having like, you know, kind of taking off and doing an artistic theoretical assessment of things that are materially different than how you're. We'll just watch. We'll just watch.
My lovely imps. Today, I'm going to be addressing another YouTuber, a YouTuber that many of you might be familiar with.
Dude, can we even call ContraPoints a YouTuber anymore? I think ContraPoints should be referred to as a Twitter personality that occasionally makes YouTube videos.
A YouTuber by the name of ContraPoints. And specifically, I'm going to be addressing a number of claims, questions, open-ended comments that ContraPoints, also known as Natalie, has made on social media recently, mostly that seem to be in the fallout of Joe Biden's disastrous debate performance in the first 2024 presidential debate, and that also seem to be heavily connected to the absolute apocalyptic panic going on within the Democratic Party about the electability of Joe Biden. Now, this is going to be a pretty intense and structured segment. And I will be getting to chat, but probably a little bit later on, so please don't feel insulted if I don't immediately
respond. Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to be pausing my alerts too.
A big response to a lot of this. And I want people to understand that I tried to approach this in the absolute best faith possible. I really mean this. I truly hope that what I say here can make sense to, if ContraPoints is ever to see this, I don't know if that will ever happen, whether it does or doesn't. If people who feel similarly to ContraPoints see this, I want what I say here to make sense to them and to make them feel like their points are being dealt with in good faith. It is a
ContraPoint strikes me as the kind of person who takes in too much criticism. The thought of ContraPoints just basically wearing wearing makeup from like 2 days ago, you know, it's kind of like cracking off of her eyelashes, but she's wearing like a big flowy like silk robe, legs crossed, watching old school CRTV with the antennas and stuff on top of it, and it's just like endless clip collection of people saying that she's dumb. I feel like that maybe while she sips like a martini. I think that's what ContraPoint's existence is, or that's just how her Twitter comes across to me. just again and again. My impression of ContraPoints is that she shies away from criticism. I was shying away from it and not absorbing it. Two different things, but I'll let this go.
Complicated topic. And the topic is, of course, electoralism and anti-electoralism. This is a extremely hot button topic that has been sort of cycling through online left-leaning political discourses for a long time. I have, at various points, made my opinion on it open, but I wanted to do so in a more structured fashion in a direct response today. So I hope that you'll join me for that. Without any further ado, let us start with the thread in question, okay? This was a thread that was made on...
So she got some criticism for this. I saw this in the after. Like I said, she did a Cope stream, and one of her things was that she didn't start off with a definition. She was like, oh, it's going to be boring if I read a definition to people, and just... That's the most Vosh-brained shit ever, so let's just go straight to Webster's New World. People have often told me that they could listen to me read the dictionary, and I take advantage of that. Like, I've gotten that compliment more than a few times. That and the phone book, but I don't have phone books anymore. Electoralism. Can I get this a little bit closer? Hold on. Oh my gosh. I wrote poetry and hid it in a fucking... I'm not reading it to you. I wrote random bits of poetry and hid it in my journal or my dictionary for myself. That's from like 10 years ago. Very cool. Sorry. Eleanor. Okay, so let's see. Elbert. Elba. Oh, E-L-E. That's a B. I'm so stupid. Electrochemistry. Electorate. Electoral. Elector. Electoral college. Oh, is electorism not in here? That's interesting. Electioneer. Elective. Elector. Electoral college. Electorate. How about that? I don't have it in the Webster's New World. I guess I have to have a philosophy dictionary for that one. It's also worth noting that Contra releases monthly videos on her Patreon, so she's a Patreon creator. Okay, so let's get this. What exactly? This is from a Reddit post, which goes into the same thing. This term is coined by Professor Terry Call at Stanford, and the political science definition doesn't seem to match with the context of U.S. elections and leftist politics. This is actually, I just clicked on this, but this guy agrees with me. A state of partial transition from authoritarian rule toward democratic rule in which the regime conducts the electoral aspects of democratic governance in a relatively free and fair manner. So basically, it's transitioning, like imagine you have a king who runs a country, right? And there's been an outcry or a revolution, something like that, and you're going to start transitioning to a democracy. But when you transition to a democracy, the monarchy already runs everything, and so they just make a continuance of it under the guise of electoralism, under the guise of literally being elected. This is not remotely what the U.S. elections are, unless you have like a child's understanding of the world. There's just no evidence of that, because it's just a otherwise there wouldn't be elections. Electoralism, as I read in this and in a different section, is more along the lines of what happens in Russia or other places where they have like, 99% of the people are voting for this. That's what electoralism is, you know, like at 99% of the vote is for the dictator and then 1% is for the not. That's what it is. She calls this electoralism throughout the entire, so like just understand, for in a fundamental level, Demon Mama is completely disconnected from the philosophical argument she's trying to make. It's just completely fucking disconnected. So she's going to be saying this phrase again and again and again and again, and she's wrong. She's literally just wrong. Just literally wrong about it. Which is crazy. Tyler, you should bring me on for a second. Okay, hop in the Discord. But just for a second, because I do have to do all of this. Wait, so both libs and leftists are wrong on this? Strange. Yes. It is the version of electoralism that they're using is basically a new word. It's a brand new-ish word relative to, I guess, this century. But it makes sense that it wouldn't really exist that much before because it wouldn't have had that much utility. But as far as my pretty standard research for just double checking what the fuck a word means, the Wikipedia article just goes to the Terry Call guy. I guess Terry Call's the heart of it. So more than likely, everything that you have to learn or could learn about electoralism is in a Terry Call book, and it has not entered wider political science as something that's hyper standardized, at least within enough time that it ended up in a Webster's New World Dictionary. New College. Why did I say New World? New World College Dictionary. There we go. So that's the kind of thing we're working with here. Okay, I'm going to bring in President Sunday for just a second. I think he wants to clarify something. Hello.
Hello, what the hell is this system? I've never seen this before.
This is the stage system. It's kind of newish, but it lets you. It's way better for like debates and stuff or call-ins. Because these audience people.
Is this like a standard Discord thing, or did you have to add this in?
But what's on your mind, man?
Yeah. So, sorry, I just got incredibly distracted just a second ago. So electoralism. So,
yes.
Yeah. So you're correct in terms of its the term's usage in political science. How Demon Mom is using it here is, there's no relation whatsoever. The reason why people are talking about electoralism in this context, I don't know if there's another sort of theory path for using that term. But in this particular context, we have to understand is that this is all coming on the tail end of like a solid year of Brianna Wu sort of going from circle to circle to circle and essentially convincing people to sell out different communities of people they're historically advocating for.
I didn't know we would bring this back to Wu.
Well, you kind of have to, unfortunately.
I know.
I know it sucks. Like she's ruined everything, but
yeah, no.
The
my
logic is So the logic is that need to win elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to coalition build with all of the normies. We need to tell all of the not normies and the freakazoids to fuck off. And so people have started to refer to electoralism, quote unquote, as a shorthand for privileging elections over virtually any other political consideration, usually with a self-destructive conclusion. So
yes.
that's sort of what's going on here. I wouldn't necessarily go with a dictionary definition for this for a couple of reasons. The first is that the term electoralism, even in political science, is fairly recent. It doesn't have a tremendous amount of uptake. What it actually refers to is, you're sort of right. What it actually refers to is when an authoritarian regime transitions to something more liberal or otherwise by means of elections.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a collapsing regime or whatever, which essentially defers the building of a new constitution to plebiscites or to like referendums or whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's how that works. That's obviously not going to apply to the United States because A, you don't have an authoritarian regime in that way, and B, none of that is going on.
Yeah.
So in this context, what we're talking about by electoralism, we're not talking about electoralism in the sense of like regime analysis, which is what that would be. What we're talking about is electoralism in the sense of like an attitude towards political activism.
Sure.
So in this case, it's just the only thing we're concerned about is winning elections. Ergo, if there are any like populations or causes or things or whatever that would hinder the outcome of a specific incoming election, we'll sort of axe that. And you can see like why there are problems with that. You can see some of the problems that can arise from that pretty simply. So, for example, let's say climate responses are unpopular, or something along those lines. Yeah. Well, an electoral attitude could potentially yield like no climate response whatsoever, or a perverse diminishing of efforts to raise awareness of like climate related crises and whatnot.
Sure.
In the aim of addressing it once you get into power by winning the election. So that's what she's referring to here. I haven't seen any of the rest of this.
Yeah, what we're going to get into, you're kind of getting into spoiler territory. But yes, that her definition is ultimately different. Most of why I'm bringing this up at the beginning is to establish that I did try to find a definition, and they are sparse.
Because you won't. Because it's a really hyper-specific term in like a specific kind of political science that isn't necessarily even authoritative. It's just like it's a shorthand for something. It's not like if you're talking about like the definition of constitution or something, you're going to find lots and lots on that, and they're going to be incorrect ways to refer to that.
Yes.
If you're talking about something like this, it's going to be like,
True. All right, but I'm gonna let her speak for herself here. Thank you for popping in, and we can talk about Connaught sometime if you guys want to drag me in there and fucking badger me about old dead German guys. We can talk.
I could do that very quickly right now.
No, God. But thank you. I got to stay focused on this, or I'll never get it done.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Okay, so we're gonna hop back to Demon Mama. Thank you for calling in Sunday.
Twitter by ContraPoints just 2 days ago. So let's read it. ContraPoints says, it's really, really easy to caricature the anti-electoralist left as online misanthropes whose politics is firebomb a Walmart and then not firebombing a Walmart. This is a reference to a insufferable and overused tweet that has become a brainworm meme, in my opinion. But
that shit fucking slaps, though, because it's true. She's talking about that Basil tweet, which is basically phrased the same way, which is 100% accurate. But what it boils down to is people will push aside the value of electoral action, you know what I mean, of trying to win elections in favor of a hypothetical revolutionary style direct action, and then not plan for or accomplish any of that while still taking the loss on the thing that they could have actually competed in. Not only is that a fair assessment, that is pretty much a full-on indictment of Demon Mama's entire approach to this and the greater community around her that supports this kind of talking point. Because it's all good and well to say that, but it's harder to do a lot of that shit and make change come about through it. And then usually the response to it is, I don't know if you know this, Sweaty, but direct action has changed a lot of things. Just look at these examples from 150 years ago when when the conditions for revolution were actually present at all, even remotely, compared to today. It's fucking hilarious. Kind of generally, anytime you see somebody get upset about that, know that they're just a little fucking weak in their assessments and their of just reality in general. Because if that hurts their feelings, or that feels, I don't know if that's fair. It's kind of a banger fucking tweet from Basil, who I don't think I actually like very much, but still.
It's not the actual tweet, it's just a reference to it. Sorry, I hear the tweet so much. It would help to dispel that myth if they were more vocal about what specifically their methods have achieved. We are all frustrated that the Democrats aren't stronger, more effective, further left, savvier about strategy. But the Democrats can at least point to some significant accomplishments in the last 4 years. A major climate bill, infrastructure investment, nominating Justice Jackson. What has the anti-electoralist left accomplished in the same time frame? I remember in 2020, a lot of mutual aid funds going around for protesters and people hit by the pandemic. That counts as an achievement. But what else? Anything on the level of influence as a major climate bill? As someone terrified by the prospect of Trump returning to power, can you reassure me that there's a plausible direct action / non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden or Harris? Because if not, I think you are a LARPer. And no, posting a picture of me next to Hillary Clinton does not count as an argument. So that's the thread.
I kind of like ContraPoints, man. I can't lie.
And allow me to respond. You are asking a faction with fundamentally different politics from yourself to aim for achievements that they cannot influence. That you also...
They can. This is an untrue thing. This is just a factually untrue thing that Demon Mama will repeat again and again, that like people have no influence whatsoever. What she wants when she says no influence is immediate, direct response to any fucking complaint that's raised at all, basically. So, like, she wants more influence on politics than a single vote can give you, which everybody wants. That's why people try to strip away the right to vote.
Cannot influence. Go right now with your action today and meaningfully influence the selection of a Supreme Court justice. You can't do that. Only the president can do that. Only the president can do that when there's an opening on the Supreme Court, provided it's not challenged and delayed until the end of another election. Damn. Go influence.
Yeah, the thing is if you win those 2 elections, then you get you get the seat. That's the issue, is that she's kind of just repeating facts about the world, but in a pissy voice. And that this is about the deepest argumentation that we're going to get into this.
Oh, you don't have access to that? You have to rely on a representative who may or may not actually keep their campaign promises and who you cannot vote for or against for multiple years after you vote for them in the first place? Like, for example, the biggest example recently is John Fetterman. You don't have the connections or income to sustainably lobby, or maybe you took time out of your day.
That's a crazy statement, too. Because, like, this is just ignoring how the fucking world works. I think Demon Mama only understands politics from, like, watching, like, a Voss stream or something. Because saying that you have no influence, no influence whatsoever, even as just a private citizen, is psychotic. Like, it's good to lobby and basically, like, politically bribe people. That's very effective. You might find out once you get to the top that there's actually people that are doing cross-purpose bribing, and sometimes the lobbyists will fucking work with each other to provide a lobbying package that benefits both of them. That's an aspect of it, but you can do that. First off, you just can do that. And second, lobbies don't immediately result in action. And third, yeah, it's very difficult for an individual person to talk to the most important guy on Earth, as far as, like, shit, the most powerful man on Earth or woman, if the president. But you can still talk to your elected officials. Like, you can just call them. You fucking can. And it's literally stupid. Like, you're stupid for saying this. It's stupid to say this. Well, they might not listen. Okay, well, do you know that? Have you fucking tried? I know that I can't for mine because we have tried. We fucking talked to fucking Mitch McConnell more than a few times. He's a prick piece of shit. But the thing is there's other elected officials. You know what I mean? Like, you can also run in those elections as well. It's just not an instantaneous win for your effort. And I think, unironically, people in this voting block are fucking lazy as shit. That's what we're really going to get into, is that this is lazy, ignorant, and self-important.
Hey, so you were you took time out of your day to go lobby, and then you just ended up getting snarked at or ignored. Like that time when Nancy Pelosi was snarking and making fun of anti-genocide protesters and told them to go back to China. Or the time that she tried to silence the protest of endangered immigrant youth.
Okay. And was that even their elected representative, or are they just mad at Nancy Pelosi? What's the deeper context to this? Do you know what I mean? I don't need to know the deeper context of this because I'm objectively right. I'm ontologically good. It's an ontologically good thing to do that, even if it's completely ineffective. Just walking up to Nancy Pelosi as she's strutting, Nancy Pelosi of all people, as she's walking around. Okay, then fuck Nancy Pelosi. This is going to blow your mind. She's a fucking member of the House of Representatives. She's not even in charge of it anymore. There's hundreds of people to be trying to influence and talk to. And your influence in a democracy is limited to your single vote and how much your voice can ring out. And you've got to try to do stuff that can actually accomplish things. I'm going to probably hit that point again and again and again. But I got to say, right now, this is pissy bullshit. Pissy, self-involved, self-important bullshit. Like, I can't believe that Demon Mama had the balls to go online and talk like this. You're humiliating yourself. Like, just understand that. This is a self-own. To anyone that's ever been involved in politics, including people that are fighting for the same things that you want. Right? Oh, I took time out of my day to go talk to an elected official, and they didn't immediately change their mind, and they were a little rude to me. They ignored what I wanted because it doesn't fit with their own political goals that are that they were developing because of the people that actually vote for them and pay for them to get elected. They thought they wanted more. Just 4 random people showed up and didn't just change the fucking world. It's going to be this again and again and again. It's so fucking frustrating.
Federal level politics is extremely fraught There are no factions except for the current ruling power who can reliably claim to influence federal level politics, and that, even as we'll get into, is fraught, unless you yourself become deeply a part of the political machine in a way that distances you from your current values and your current life. You can't keep your current job, you can't keep your current friends, that kind of thing. You got to devote your life to either Democrat.
Literally complaining that you have to make a sacrifice to change the world. That's what this is. Demon Mama is so fucking self-absorbed, so in her own, so fucking buried in this hug box that is her community right now. And I don't fucking come over here and fuck around, because you might have to come before the con. I am heated about this, because this is actually dangerous for the people that she ostensibly thinks that she's sticking up for. This is saying, I will not make any sacrifices to make any change in the world. I won't get a different job. I don't want to lose my friends. I don't want to ever have to compromise my morals to make a change. Yeah, and everybody that makes laws that makes it so that you have to do a dirty thing to get some shit done, they know that and then they win. They know that and then they win. Sorry, get dunked on. Duh. They knew that. They know that and then they win. That's politics. Like, that's politics that a fucking freshman model UN person that is barely the most least like person on their team will go, that's politics. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you have to make compromises. Yeah, no, you don't get everything you want. Oh, did they think that you got everything you want? Did they think that you didn't have to do anything? Oh, like even a tiny amount of time and money? Like, oh, okay. Did they not know that other people are working just as hard for cross purposes? That's kind of crazy. No, yeah, you have to make sacrifices. You have to make compromises in politics. That's one of the first things you ever learn. It's the heart of diplomacy is compromise. That's kind of crazy. Fucking absurd. I don't know if you know this, but I am too ontologically good to get involved in the systems that are destroying people. And I'm above them, so I won't participate in them. And when they eventually run me over like fucking tank treads, I'm going to say, hey, sweaty, did you not understand that was a bad thing? 10,000 retweets. Thank you. I fucking despise this mindset. It should not be permitted. It should not be permitted. Anyone that's out there that talks like this should be barked down by the entirety of anyone that wants to make anything happen. Because every person that she's convincing, every fucking little kid that people under 25 that pop in and out of her stream, and this is their first blush with politics, do you know how much fucking extra work it is going to take to get it out of their heads that they should immediately get gratification for the most minor amount of effort put toward a political cause? You know how fucking insane that is to put in somebody's fucking head? It's unresponsible. Irresponsible. Sorry. And I don't know what gives her the fucking confidence to say any of this, because there is no grounding in reality for any of it. I don't know what Demon Mama's training is, where she gets her information, how she knows it's true. It all seems like she just feels like it's okay and then just pops off, and she can fuck over all of these people by teaching them the wrong thing, just the opposite of the truth. And it drives me crazy. This is what this is going to be like. This is what this is going to be like.
In careerism, you don't actually have a say. These are things that can only be highly abstractedly influenced. That's not the right word, but you understand what I'm saying. Your one vote, and maybe the votes of a couple of your friends that you can convince, might matter in a very small way, but you can't know that. Sometimes, even when you get everybody else together and vote, with Hillary, the popular vote wins and it still doesn't matter. The problem I have is the fact that these machines ask for your lifeblood. How do you think that progressives who went and dumped their money and their time and their lives, their actual literal effort supporting Fetterman feel? How do you feel? How do you think the people who went and devoted a whole ton of time to Jamal Bowman only to have his career get blown out of the water by a last-minute cash injection feel?
See, this is rewriting history again, right? This is not understanding deeper politics. This is a big issue that I have, and I will burn bridges and fucking reconstruct the world. I looked up the Jamal Bowman thing. He got redistricted, which is a natural part of the democratic process. Sorry, your district needed to get redistricted. Gerrymandering is bad. His district was more representative of a different type of people, and he did nothing to win them over. He failed to get elected. That's the issue. a last minute injection of ads in the last like several months of a campaign doesn't undo everything, because you can't make the argument for fucking AOC. AOC had what somebody said 10 times the amount of spending against her for her primary, and she won it handily. Jamal Bowman was bad at politics. He's a bad politician. Fucking idiot, kind of. He pulled the alarm. I forgot that was him. And that caused a whole fucking thing. He was very disliked in Congress. Bad at politics. You can't get shit done. Being a thorn in people's side is sometimes good when you want attention, and sometimes you're just a fucking thorn in someone's side and they pick you out and discard you. His fucking constituents didn't want him. His career wasn't ruined by Jew money, okay? His fucking career was ruined by him not being a very good politician. He didn't roll with the punches, understand that he was being redistricted, and then change his messaging or try to introduce himself in a way that won those people over. I swear to God, I'm not going to ban anybody, but like I will deeply consider banning you if I hear any stupid shit of, well, he won the Bronx. Who gives a fuck? That's not his district. He's got it's all of Westchester. It's all of those people up there. That's fucking politics. It's so fucking bog standard. So fucking bog standard, but then people come in and they think that that's a point. And they don't understand that the people that are trying to spread that point the most are the ones that are saying he's all fucking Jew money in politics. I don't know if you guys know this, but like $14 million of that Jew money fucking, that knocked that Jamal Bowman guy out, right? Not he redistricted, not he wasn't very good at his job, not he was only a fucking senator for what, senator? For fucking 2 years. Like his election was in fucking 2022 or 2020. I can't even remember off the top of my head. But he's a junior representative. You know what I mean? A junior senator, whichever one it is. Fuck. Let me just double check real quick. Fucking fuckity fuck. He's not in my district. Jamal Bowman. Congressman Bowman. So yeah, House. He was only in there for a few years. He's a junior congressperson. He didn't do a good enough job. He got redistricted. They fucking got rid of him. The money doesn't come to win the election on its own. People donate to elections that they feel strongly about, and they donate to elections. They put money, especially big PACs. You would know this if you read occasionally. They put money where they think they can fucking actually make change. They put it right where it's going to be most effective. And they probably overspent. I think a lot of people said that AIPAC over-donated to that. I don't think fucking Latimer even needed all of that to win. They did that to make a fucking statement at the end, right? Like, you're being rejected by this. The donors don't like you. The fucking constituents don't like you. You don't get to win. It's a fucking democratic election. Like, and I don't care about this. I don't know if you know, the CIA was in here. The FBI's been sending mind waves into the people. It was, it has to be. It feels like it's got to be racism. It's got to be. I don't know if you saw this, but George Latimer in 1972 sneezed on a black person. Blah, 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 blah. All of this fucking horse shit. And it doesn't address the fucking bare bones issues. That is, Jamal Bowman wasn't popular enough to win a popularity contest if they had to ask anyone else. That's the case. And if he's not popular enough to go into that direction where there's people that are voting for the goddamn president, it's probably better. The president did not come and support Jamal Bowman. The president's going and supporting John Fetterman. He's saying Fetterman, fucking based Fetterman. Talking with Fetterman over there. Hey, Fetterman, you're fucking cool. Fetterman's like, all right, yeah, fucking 2 fucking stroke victims over there. You know why? John Fetterman's kind of a good fucking, he's kind of really good at his job. The only thing that anyone doesn't like about John Fetterman really is the Israel-Palestine thing, which is crazy, but he's always been pro-Israel. He just always has been. And if you didn't want to support that, progressives, you should have looked it up or cared before October 7th. I know this because I read a gigantic multi-page long article from the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Philadelphia Magazine, John Fetterman, Senator, his approvals and stuff. John Fetterman's approval throughout his district is high as fuck. It's gone up. It was, he was like 4 or 5 I think actually he's close to like 10 points down. It was like 24 to 39. Now he's at 45% approval to like 30% approval. And that's outdated too. He's going up. Why? Because John Fetterman's a fucking politician. He understands. He's trying to accomplish at least one thing for his people. He can't really do much of anything about Israel except for go against the party vote, which he can do if he wanted to, but he doesn't care. That's not his thing. He's concerned about the people of fucking Pennsylvania, which you're not. When you talk about him and his fucking the genocide shit, you're not concerned about the people of Pennsylvania. And the people of Pennsylvania are. The people of his district want help. He lives in the fucking Rust Belt. He was the mayor of a place called Braddock. Did you know? Do any of you know this? If you have an opinion on Fetterman, he was the mayor of a town called Braddock starting in the early 2000s and tried to help bring it back. It was a fucking Rust Belt, former steel mill town of like 20,000 people. Now the population's down to a little over 2K. It's obliterated like a lot of Appalachian mountain towns are, and people there don't give a fuck about Israel-Palestine. It's a light concern compared to we don't have jobs. I live here. This is the house I own. No one's ever going to want to buy it because there's nothing in fucking Braddock to do work-wise or for entertainment. This is fucked. The greater counties and fucking chunks of his district that are around there are the same thing. Did you guys know that fucking he commuted 36 death sentences as the, I think it was the lieutenant governor? He saved 36 people's lives from our unfair justice system. Did you know that? Did you ever look it up? No. Because people fucking essentialize down to only the issue they give a fuck about. And this is what Demon Mom is doing. And you're just saying, literally, you don't give a fuck about the people that are voting for this person because you want it to work for you, which if that's your disposition, then when they say it, it's okay too. And that's pretty much the case. Then there's no reason to reach a hand out to an absolute fucking minority voting bloc if they're going to be shitty, snarky little piss pants on the internet about everything that doesn't go right. That's what Fetterman, his whole thing, he's like, I don't fucking like progressives. I thought I was a progressive, but I don't fucking like them anymore because I do any like moderate thing. And like these people like send me messages saying that they want me to die, and literally messages saying, we want to see you. I hope you die. I hope you have a fucking stroke, a massive stroke, and die in front of your children. You know what I mean? These people are not on the fucking internet like that. Like the dude uses Twitter and shit. He's probably used to it. But you gotta understand, what the fuck reason does he have to listen to you? Do you not understand that you don't have fucking bargaining power that way? Like dunking on people like it's a fucking YouTube video doesn't go more than 5 fucking feet in this world. We're going to listen to more of this. But unironically, I was like, I don't know, maybe John Fetterman's not that good. And then I realized the only things I know about John Fetterman, I know from fucking lefty YouTubers being butthurt about the Israel-Palestine shit. So like, how good is he? He's fucking great. He's really well liked amongst his electorate. His electorate is very, very for him. It might not last super long. He flipped that district from Republican. He's the working man's foothold in Pennsylvania. Like, you know, this time where you're like, I just don't feel like I have any control over stuff. Like, that's a seat that the Republicans don't have. That could just go to fucking, you know, John Moneymaker, who is not even fucking from Pennsylvania, doesn't give 2 shits about it, but shows up, shakes hands, fucking says a few racist things, and then goes back to DC to collect a check and press the fucking yes button on 4 different seats every time a vote comes up. Like, it could go to that person, but fucking John Fetterman's in there. He's got his goals. He's got his ideas. And then there's other people. Is he perfect? No fucking elected representative is. But this fucking absolute psychotic dedication to perfectionism. Every person has to have a perfect playthrough. They have to be completely morally on my side, or I can't fucking associate with them. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Really? Like, who the fuck do you people think you fucking are when you say stuff like that? Why are you above everybody? Why is your morals more important than people fucking like literally losing their houses or losing jobs or being fucking tossed out on the street or just losing their health care or having fucking the train that visits their house defunded so it doesn't work anymore? Like, why are your moral concerns, your ideological ideas of how things should be, more fucking important than the material concerns on the ground. And why don't you think that it's important to understand those and win elections in these systems? It makes no fucking sense. Like, this is like literally everyone that agrees with her. It's like you guys are like little children, like babies that have only existed online. And like you started watching your Cocomelon and mom handed you a Minecraft video when you were like 10 or whatever. And then you just stayed on YouTube. And then you think that that's equivalent to knowing how the fucking world works. And it is not. It is not. There's nothing you can say to fucking change my mind. You'd have to either just warp my words or say like, I just don't give a fuck.
Do you think that they feel represented by what happened? What can they even do? They didn't get the power. In the case of Fetterman, Fetterman got the power and decided to do whatever he wanted with it. And that's even in an edge case where we're talking about local elections that can be actually influenced by a still fairly large amount of people, but by a group of people. On the federal level, most of us, nearly all of us, are victims of a machine that moves with no regard for us whatsoever. All of us reading these Twitter posts could all go and cast our votes for Biden right now. Statistically, anybody listening to this and talking about this almost assuredly will vote for Biden. And he could still eat shit against Donald Trump. The anti-electoral camp, just like ContraPoints, who I don't know if you'll ever see this, but if you do, just like you, is not actually allowed federal power. The anti-electoral camp just recognizes that and aims to build a politics that can seize power for themselves and those around them with what they can actually reach and touch in their lives. Definitionally, this type of politics does not take the form of acts of Congress or presidential edicts. Feeding people so that they can live another day, participating in acts of protest that physically demand responses, compiling and distributing vital information, all of these are things that are both diffused and direct.
This is like wishful thinking, right? I said this with the, and we're going to look at, I planted a seed. I'm not, I like to remember things and go back and visit them. We're going to revisit the effectiveness of the Israel-Palestine protests 6 months on. So that's in October, and see if any of the things that they thought they got right were right. Protest has very limited effect. It really just does, because they happen in every different direction for all of the things, and they're just limited. It's good to get your voice out there. It's good to raise knowledge of stuff, but the like, it has its limits, like voting does, right? Going out and individually feeding people is okay. It's good. But like the systems that you're talking about being non-participatory in and just like not understanding are so much bigger than that, because like you could run out of food and shit. You could try to get something like a food fucking kitchen passed. You could try to get funding passed for services and stuff. Like those are things that exist at the local level and even at the federal level and shit. And those will always go further than community assistance. It's just a case. That's why people fight for it. If singular small scale charitable acts were enough to fix issues, people would just do that. They literally would. There's no argument against that. Passing these large laws and trying to get people all the way up to the tippity top and involving yourself in the processes to get them elected and fighting for it is very important. And it is more effective by far than any other form of interference with the government. And that's inarguable, because if you get someone elected, they can do the thing. You know what I mean? Like, and if you get enough people elected, they can pass those. That's why the fucking like people on the other side spend so much money trying to affect public opinion and motivate their voters and incense them and say like, we need to fucking win this. We need to win this, because the institutional power, the systemic power, is more far reaching, more penetrative, and more powerful overall than all of this stuff. Like, it's not a waste of your time just because you don't see the thing happen immediately. Like, it's difficult to explain this, especially if you're like a child, like a little kid. But it's okay to plant a tree knowing you'll never sit in its shade. And it's okay to try to do something and fail and then do it again.
So they happen across lots of different people, and they are person to person. A person helping.
Why not both? Because you can't do everything. That's the case. If you want to do something, do the thing, and do the thing very well. But you can't do everything. That's the problem. You can't do all of this stuff. If you have a real chance to spend your 8 free hours a week trying to get somebody elected, or trying to get people registered to vote, or doing any of the myriad things that are part of supporting the elections, which is what she actually comes out against, is misuse of labor and stuff. If you go out of your way to do any of that stuff, there's charities put their charity aside to try to get people elected. They take that. It's election season. The thing is you don't have to do it for 4 years out of the election cycle. You know what I mean? But like, this is the most important time to do it. And this is where she's trying to like cool off people's energies to go out and get involved in getting people elected, which is her version of electoralism, which is any support for the electoral process.
Another person, or a group of people helping another group of people. I wanted to take this particular moment here, before we jump into a bunch of other things that I have to say, to talk about some examples offhand.
That's hogwash. Why plan a party that you are not going to be invited to? Because the people there might enjoy it. You dumb pieces. You selfish piece of shit. Who the fuck are you? Gluttonous machina. Gluttonous is right. You are a fucking pig. You dumb motherfucker. What if it's not about you? What if a good thing can happen for other people? Selfish idiot. What did you think? How did you think I was going to interpret that? If you think that you were saying something else, maybe learn to write better before you guys are coming in here. Y'all better watch it. I'm getting fucking excited.
That have nothing to do with electoralism whatsoever, but that also illustrate the fact that while there isn't a binary between a strict binary between electoralism and non-electoral actions, that there are sacrifices that have to be made.
Yes, it is not the time to fight ourselves over stupid shit. It absolutely is. I love conflict. I adore it because it selects for whatever can win the conflict. You know what I mean? Because a bunch of her premises are already stated wrong. She's wrong. She's wrong. Literally. Does it not, if you guys are popping in here and you're a Demon Mama fan, does that not throw you off that she was just completely wrong about things that she was saying? Just literally misinformed, but those are the things that she bases her premises on? Does that not fuck you up? Does that not confuse you? Does that not give you a second of pause? Or are you so dedicated to the confidence she gives you through being right or being ontologically correct and on your side that you're willing to ignore reality in order to try to, hold on now, I can try to rephrase this narrative. I can re-knit this into position. That's the case. That's the case.
Let me give an example. Helping trans refugees escaping red states.
Oh no, I am being completely selfish, especially about things that are going to cost me or involve me dying. Well, then you're a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Die. Perish before you become a fucking burden on other people, you rat fuck.
Okay?
Good. Go. Bye.
Familiarity and a willingness to be incredibly vulnerable.
Say hello to Ronald Reagan for me.
Generous. Okay? It also directly and immediately saves lives. It is incredibly important that people are willing to do this, and we need as many people being willing to help people out as possible. Personally, I have never met a Democratic staffer who had housed a trans refugee. Of all of the...
That's one of the stupidest things that she's going to say in this. That is fucking idiotic. What in the fuck are you... Who gives a shit? Who gives a what? Why? And what the fuck are you talking about? Democratic staffers are Democrat. They have a job. It's to be on the staff of a Democratic politician. That's what they do. That's their job. It is not to randomly house strangers in their own home. That's a dumb thing to say. It's unironically stupid. If you want to do that, if you want to house random strangers for their safety and take in a refugee, you can. But that is not a requirement for being politically effective as a staffer, and it is a profoundly idiotic thing to say. Like, embarrassingly dumb. It's strange. Because it also just opens the door for a political staffer to be like, hey, I've been hosting. You're just opening the door for the kente cloth hat, is what you're doing. That's the hey, can you do a little pick me thing for my version of a community and do the can you show me some fucking pick me energy here? So I know you're on my side. Like, that's what that is. And it's such a big ask that it's insane. If you're young and you're like in your 20s or some shit and you basically float from apartment to apartment, you haven't had a fixed address for a few years, you might be like, well, I don't know, it's easy to put people up and stuff. And it's like, yeah, maybe for you, but once you're a fucking adult, like, a lot of the work I've put into my life is to have my own little space, because I lived in clustered multi-person living spaces for all the first quarter century I was on Earth, plus a year, completely packed in. And I'm happy to have my own space now. The ask of putting up a stranger in your home is psychotic. It's a psychotic ask. It is on its face so fucking absurd that it's weird to say. You have to be living in fucking La La Land to be like, I don't know, I've never seen a Democratic staffer house a trans refugee. As though, first off, they're like, there's like it said with the same gravitas of, I don't know, I've never seen a Republican staffer own a Subaru. I've never seen a Republican staffer fucking do this, that, or the other. What in the fuck? Why are you raising that bar? What is the purpose of this messaging? Is like a lot of where this comes from. That is just to juice you, by the way, imps, if you're in here. You're getting fucking juiced because that would benefit you. And you're going, oh, well, why not? That's a concern that I have. Why haven't they done that completely unreasonable thing that no one would do unless they were already preemptively thinking about it? It's actually crazy. You know what I mean? Maybe if there is a trans representative who like raised it, like, oh, hey, but it's not like there was a bunch of them that got together and said, hey, we're going to do this, and then they didn't do it. You're asking somebody to come up with an idea and then execute it for something that's specifically highly personal to your own cause and doesn't fix anything, that it doesn't play to the strengths of the person involved. One tiny thing, and it's just a continuing waterfall of this throughout the entire video. Absolutely fucking psychotic. You'll sound insane to any fucking normie that comes across this. And I guess maybe that's what you don't give a shit. And I think a lot of this is Demon Mama's rhetoric is politically inefficacious. Like, you're never going to accomplish shit. You're never going to accomplish a fucking thing. But it's just crazy to me.
The people, and I know a lot of people who have helped trans people get out of red states. I have never known one of them to be a Democratic representative. It's not impossible that a Democratic representative or a Democratic agent or whatever helps somebody get out of a red state. But Democratic Party people are often tied up in other more important business. Their life and career and connections begin to be centered around the machine of Democratic politics. They tend to not have the time, the connections, and sometimes not even the money to be able to actually help in this way.
Insane. It's like saying, like, oh, this guy's a firefighter. What does he do? He fights fires all day. It's like he's highly dedicated to his career. He thinks it's going to accomplish something. He's like, all right, well, I mean, has he built any sheds lately? There's a lot of firefighters that these are complete non sequitur arguments about dog. Also not true. Inherently not true. I think of the people that I have seen volunteer more than anyone, aside from people who literally work for like nonprofits and shit, it is like staffers on campaigns and shit in every different direction. You just don't see it because you're not involved. That's the thing. They want to be publicly associated with the causes they're most concerned about, and they will be out there. If you get involved in your fucking community, which I know next to none of you are that agree with this, because like anybody that's on their fucking town like economic counts or knows anything about it will see all of the politicians, even the small level, they show up, they get invited, they come, they give speeches, they talk, they hand stuff out. Oh, well, they're not doing it for a completely altruistic reason and wouldn't have shown up for it. Yeah, but they're fucking doing it They're out there doing it, and you can observe this. It happens all the time. Constantly. Literally constantly. So much so that this is an on its face, profoundly weird thing to say. One of the reasons that those staffers are so busy is because they have to keep going around to random things. And it's not just your little like, oh, I want them at a soup kitchen every day. No, they're going out, setting up charity events. They're going up, setting tables and shit, putting down chairs, sweeping floors, printing out fucking placards for tables. Have you guys never even heard of this? Do you even know what a fucking political staffer does? Do you know any of this? Have you seen these people? Have you talked to them? Are you just listening to her and thinking this is true? What is wrong with you? Have you never double checked the shit she talks about? It is insane. Premise after premise after premise is not just non sequiturs at times. It's divorced from reality. I was losing my mind when I was watching this the other day.
Let me give some other examples. Volunteering and working at public clinics, food banks, and shelters. These are acts that require application of developed skills which take time to develop and are also not very valued by political machines. If you're trying to work your way up through the Democratic Party, you are going to be cultivating skills that are different than the skills that you need to go work at a public health clinic, to go work at a food bank.
How do you know that? Why? What skills? What? So many. One of the most common professional transitions from public sector employee, political staffer to the private sector is to running a 501(c) or volunteering at one. It is such a common thing that is like 80% of the fucking income in Washington, D.C. Ask what special skills do you think you fucking need to be at most of these places? Like, a lot of them just need simple labor anyway. Like, I have volunteered at these things. I volunteer for the causes I give a shit about. I trained for years as a journalist, and I'm on YouTube all the time. Well, I might not be able to drive rabbits from fucking city to city on the Underground Railroad. Tyler, that's not specifically what she's saying. No, but also it kind of fucking is. I'm trying to get you on a metaphor and break you away from the highly emotionally charged language and the shit that you literally just don't fucking know about to get you closer to the actualities of these. It's one after another.
Or to take care of people at a shelter. There's just a simple calculus of time there. You only have so much time you can spend. An RN who goes and pursues work at a public LGBTQ clinic is going to save many lives. But
Can I just say, John Fetterman, 36 commuted death sentences.
That is never going to actually appear in an electoral lens.
That might, though? Why not? Hold on, let me just...
LGBTQ clinic is going to save many lives. But that is never going to actually appear in an electoral lens.
Why? I don't know why you think that's the case. Okay, so yet again, this is just, I know, I covered elections. I was a journalist. If you guys don't know that and you're new here, I have not just planted the grass and cut it. I have walked upon it, okay? I am probably the most grass-touching person, I swear to God, on YouTube, and I am extremely online by comparison to other people. Every politician has their little private things, and they brag about them. So if there was a politician who was an RN and was working at an LGBTQ clinic, they would brag about it. They'd send out press releases constantly. If it was just something that the politician volunteered for or wanted to support, sometimes they just shine a light on it. They're like, hey, everybody, because you don't go to these fundraisers. You don't have no fucking idea what I'm talking about because you guys are online. You've no idea what I'm talking about. They have these things called fundraisers, right? And people from the community who are not very rich, but who do volunteer their time, go to them because that's how they pay for the fucking thing. And they might not get any money from the politician, but the politician wraps their cause with the people on the ground and says, hey, we're raising money today for this thing. And so that is seen through an electoral lens. That's an aspect of it. It just is. It just is. There's no evidence for any of her claims. It's just things that Demon Mama thinks and wants you to agree with. And there's no evidentiary basis of it. It's literally just get online. go deeper than YouTube and look this stuff up.
It just doesn't. You're not going to see that in the electoral lens.
You are. There's the counter argument.
Developing networks of medicinal access. This includes things like antibiotics, chronic pain management, HRT, diabetes meds. There are many, many, many people who are completely cut out of the current healthcare system who need help accessing medicine regularly right now for their lives to be able to go on. People who help them do so sometimes at great personal risk, not always legal.
Okay, that's drug trafficking. So I know that I know that that's helpful, obviously, whatever. I'm not going to get into the DIY HRT shit. But yeah, there's not going to be a lot of politicians coming out in support of or involving themselves in drug trafficking for the reason that it's drug trafficking. So I feel like I don't know why you brought that up. Yeah, if you are a drug trafficker at all, it doesn't matter if it's like truly illegal in your heart or not. It is, I will say, in your best interest to not approach the public spotlight because you're a drug trafficker. So that would be my response to, if you're a drug trafficker, don't get involved directly in politics at a local level. You might end up getting arrested when they look into you for more than 5 seconds and find out you've been trafficking drugs.
Legally, mind you, but personal risk. So an example might be, say you put up a HRT informational page and you suddenly get targeted by a bunch of deranged right-wingers who hate you for existing. You haven't broken any laws, but...
Are we talking about couples?
Nonetheless. Here's another example.
I will say, by the way, this is an evidence-free zone. This is an evidence-free zone when Demon Mama is talking. I would not, by any stretch of the imagination, take any advice or information she says about the legality of something without double check, triple, quadruple checking it. I would say that. I think if you guys are familiar with my content, I say that all the time. This isn't legal advice. This isn't in my best experience, blah, blah, blah. I just understand it's very irresponsible, insanely irresponsible to suggest that an activity that is associated with potential trafficking in pharmaceuticals without the express permission of the FDA, you might not like that, but that is tied up in law. I don't know enough about pharmaceutical law because that is an extremely complicated subsection of the entire everything. There's just a lot that goes into that. All drugs are covered under a series of departments and everything. So I don't know if that's legal or not, and I would consult a lawyer before I just say, well, Demon Mama said it was fine.
I wanted to list all these things out of things that are non-electoral, that are often...
Okay, so actually facilitating drug trafficking through a website is a federal crime. Okay, so Demon Mama suggested engaging in a federal crime. I'm checking with the chatter. I mean, that's according to the chatter, so it's as much evidence there, but like, that seems, I would always, if someone says something is illegal and then the other guy says the next thing is not illegal, I always assume until I know for sure that it's illegal. I just assume shit's a crime a lot of the times. I might still do it. I'm not judging for breaking the law. I've broken the law. My friends, I'm a bigger criminal than a lot of you fucking will ever give me credit for. Marines don't steal, you know what they say. But like, fuck, man. Almost everything non-evidentiary based on Demon Mama brain. Well, it fucking feels right. We're 13 minutes in. We're going all the way.
Ignored by the electoral lens, and that anti-electoral people try to get people to pay more attention to. And this is just what I could come up with off the cuff. Okay? Climate resilience work.
Talking about HRT, though, testosterone is a controlled substance. Is estrogen not a controlled substance? Let's see. Is estrogen a controlled substance? Schedule estrogen. Okay, estrogen is not on any controlled substance list, nor does it fall into the category of a steroid. However, testosterone is. Why is testosterone? I guess because you're cheating. So cool. It's not. Corvax. What the hell is estrogen methyltestosterone a controlled substance? Is Covarix esterified estrogens methylesterone a controlled substance? Yes, Covarix esterified estrogens testosterone is a controlled substance because methyltestosterone alone has a high risk of abuse, misuse, and addiction. Holy fuck. Well, there you go. Progesterone's no. Okay, cool.
Whether it's organizing carpools to ensure people get to work while reducing carbon output, that's a very small level 1. Volunteering to care for the environment by taking care of local parks and shared spaces, there's like a medium level 1. Or overt acts of resistance, like those undertaken by groups like Just Stop Oil and other climate groups.
Just Stop Oil is cringe. Can we? The most cringe example. Just Stop Oil exists to fucking backfoot people that want like climate change to happen. If they're not an op, they are so dog shit at whatever it is they're supposed to be doing that they might as well be. That's a thing. Like, you're like the most I've ever heard for Just Stop Oil is like, well, they're getting attention on it. Not a lot of other people are. Like, I think everybody knows it's a climate change issue. And I don't think anybody that didn't know is going to be like, oh my God, they've orangified Stonehenge. I need to contact my PM. Like, it's one of these things. Where's the proof of action? Where's the moment where I actually see like it does something? Because most of this is just like, it feels right. Like the vibes are there, right? Like, it's crazy.
Operate outside of an electoral lens, and yet they directly impact the world around them. A small team of volunteers taking their time to make a local park a livable space can change the lives of an entire city community. A small team of people willing to make a large public statement can fundamentally change huge masses of people's opinions and therefore decisions.
You know, you say that right after talking about Just Stop Oil, and I think that small amount of people is making a lot of people hate climate activists, unironically. I believe that thoroughly, without any real evidence other than I think they're irritating as shit, and I am already for, like, I'm very, very upset about climate change. I'm a hyper environmentalist in my own life.
One last example here. Skill and knowledge sharing. Everything from access to restricted and banned media to archival work, to collecting, parsing, and communicating difficult but vital topics, like how to create medicine, how to do engineering, at-home engineering, how to be able to do household mechanics. These are knowledge types that are often barred away from the average person. And participating in these things is invisible to the electoral lens, but is accessible.
What the fuck? Talk about Joe Biden, homie. Don't make drugs in your house. Can I just say, as a resident of Kentucky, as a resident of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, let me just tell you right now, don't make drugs in your house. Don't do it. Just don't do it. As a resident of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, let me just tell you right now, don't make drugs in your house and do them or sell them to people. Is it locked off? Yeah, man. It's really expensive to make medicine because that shit's dangerous as fuck. And I don't know exactly what you're making, but some of what they cook up in their bathtubs around here blows the whole house up. So I don't know. I saw ester in one of those things. I know that means that there's explosives involved. Just don't be making drugs in your house. If you really want to, I can't stop you. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're playing, that's the devil's chemistry, all right? When you start fucking around with bathtub medicine. Oh, Tyler, did you know homeopathic this, that? Okay. I'm not fucking with it. I wouldn't let anyone I know fuck with it. Holy shit. Hey, I got some aspirin, man. Why does that look like that? I made it in my house. What? If you're desperate, you're desperate. You know, I can't fucking dog. I don't know how difficult it is to turn them Mexican yams into estrogen. I know it's not fucking hyper simple. But like, you can go get a chemistry degree, or at least try to. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. But goddamn, it's just hey man, you want some of this homemade Adderall? Yeah, buddy.
To those who spend their time building these things, and they're vital.
Oh my God.
The electoralist lens is a
thing that Demon Mama made up in her head.
Myopic and twisted worldview. And I genuinely don't understand why it's become the default outside of just propaganda. Because
it's because like there's a good reason. Like Demon Mama's probably legitimately confused about this stuff because she's highly dedicated to her own like just full on like this is what I believe, heartfelt beliefs. But there's no research to back it up. There's no evidentiary. Nothing about this is actually like double checked. This is like, well, I trust people's personal fucking stories on Twitter, and you know, I watch some YouTube videos. It's not like she said she wrote this down. This is a response. Like you had time to do some research. You just double check all that shit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of double check to make sure you weren't like a little off. Just maybe ask some of the people that you have criticisms of what the fuck is in their mind. And if you don't understand it at all, maybe just try to like consider the possibility that you're not built like that to understand that shit. And maybe you should withhold your opinions on it. That's also a thing. You know what I mean? Understand your limitations.
I think that on the left, there is a tendency towards people wanting to think differently. And yet, nonetheless, so much of the left has sort of slowly and surely walked its way right back into basically just saying Democratic Party, just towing the line with the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Duh.
I don't understand how it's possible for people who recognize that all things are political to ultimately conclude that basically nothing is political except basically voting.
Source. I mean, literally, what fucking fairy magic are these statements made out of? Who are you talking about? What? Who is this? Who is this fucking scarecrow out in the field you are screaming at?
I think it's a distorted worldview, and I'm tired of pretending that it's not.
You should have kept pretending.
I think this worldview is going to kill us. Now, I want to address at this point, I'm going to sort of move into addressing a couple of specific points brought up by ContraPoints. And the first one, I'm going.
Yeah, she did. Oh, here it begins. Here it begins. Yeah, she didn't word things the best way, but she's only advocating for more political involvement.
To bring up is
it begins.
This tweet, and I'm going to quote it again real quick. This is what ContraPoints said. As someone terrified.
You know what's kind of crazy is saying you didn't word some the right way and you wrote it down to say it. You know? Like, what does that not indicate a certain kind of moral and personal failing on someone, or at least a personal failing? Like, you know, she's not really explaining herself the best way, but like this is like the best effort, right? Sat down, wrote it out. I have a little statement. I'm watching her read it. Maybe that's indicative of a deeper flaw, and I'm going to lead you that way.
By the prospect
I hope to lead her that way too, because unironically, like, you got the gusto. You just need to have some fucking bullets in your gun. Actually,
to power. Can you reassure me that there's a plausible, direct action, non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden or Harris? Because if not, I think you're a LARPer.
Yes, agreed. 100% real shit.
Into the
real gangster shit. ContraPoints 1023.
Decisions and the revealing parts as we get a little bit further in. But for the time being, I just want to address this at face value, okay? No one can give you assurance that Donald Trump won't come to power without lying to you. There is literally nobody who can promise that. No one.
Here's the thing. Who has? What is?
No one can give you assurance that Donald Trump won't come to power without lying to you. There is literally nobody who can promise that. No one. What you are asking for is...
Wait, did she mean just like Donald Trump's going to conquer America, or like Donald Trump won't win the election? I still don't know who's making these promises. Are we arguing with yet as of unmentioned Twitter people? Like, this isn't a universal argument that I've seen. the best way to have Donald Trump not elected president of the United States is for him to lose the election for the president of the United States, which we saw happen in January or back in fucking 2020. You know, so like it's just that's a thing that happened already. That's evidence. See the year 2020.
Someone to tell you something that they can't promise. It is not in any one person or even one single group's power who is going to end up getting the presidency in November. Okay? There's no one group that has that decision. That outcome is in...
fucking Barbara, you fucking dipshit. I didn't say that she's apologized. Never mind.
In so many ways, completely out of all of our hands. What non-electoralists can offer is ways to protect ourselves from his power. Ways of stopping him that involve disempowering the harm that he could and will do. Structures of communal power that can ensure that we survive even if he takes power. And I do believe that there is a very good chance that Donald Trump will be taking power in November. I think that it would be...
Listen, what you gotta understand is, we need to bond together.
See, does this sound familiar to you?
What you need to understand is, we need to bond together. We need, the devil's coming, he's gonna come in November, he's gonna destroy everything, he's gonna take us apart. We need to get down into our communities. We need to reach out, we need to bond. The best way is gonna be to send me some donuts here, but we'll get to that later. What we need to do is, we need to protect ourselves from the devil that's coming. The devil is on his way. He's on his way. He's going to be here in November. And you need to be scared. You need to be scared because I know what's happening. I have seen it. I've heard. I prayed every Saturday. And I know that God is coming down into my heart when he says that we are all going to be killed by Satan in November.
Oh, shit. Wait. That wasn't a fucking Demon Mama impression. That was an Alex Jones impression. But wait, they're kind of fucking the exact same thing sounding.
Foolish to act as if that isn't a very distinct possibility.
That a little bit suspicious.
Regardless of Biden and the Supreme Court and any other single flashpoint issue, the election goes down between two people. There is always a chance that the candidate you don't want is going to win. When you add everything else back in, it gets way more complicated. I think what this is a crisis of faith among liberals. And I think that a lot of lefties or left-leaning people have essentially bought in to the faith and are also having a crisis of faith.
I don't know what the fuck this is.
Institutions that liberals trusted and advocated for others to trust.
We're about to get into absolute gibberish. This is just psychotic. This moment, I was listening to this video when I was listening to it. This right around here, I think, yes, I have the timestamp. This is where I decided I needed to make a video on this shit because I've heard her say this on Twitter before. This is psychotic, divorced from reality cult shit, and it is fucking wild. It's roller coasters from here.
Failing. Elections that people devoted countless hours of toil and money to are being overturned in a blink by big corporate high spender donors, okay? There is nothing within any electoral frame that can currently be done to affect that. Citizens United is not going to be overturned because the Supreme Court holds a Republican and an extreme Republican majority for the long foreseeable future. Only unforeseen acts of God could possibly change that at this current juncture.
Or a repeal. It's just the law. Fucking vote it away. The law. You could vote it away by getting a bunch of people elected.
Act of God.
It's a law. Citizens United is a law. It's a decision, I guess. But like based on a law. You can just pass a law. That's the biggest thing right now with the judiciary. By the way, if you don't understand this right now, what the judiciary is doing is they still have to operate within the bounds of the law to some degree. It's insane. And it's changing the way everything's done. But basically, they're trying to calcify the country, right? And stall it because there's a lot of non-specificity involved in the laws. But if you put together laws that are just more specific and say the specific things, or you just fucking pass laws about the Supreme Court, then that changes. Like the Supreme Court is its own branch of government. But it relies on all of the branches of government. The biggest check against the judiciary is the fact that they don't have any authority outside of deciding things. it's only them and like their staff. They can't direct the military. They can't draft legislation. They can just try to steal power for themselves. So it's literally just, if you elect people to the two elected branches, that's the one appointed branch, that want that to be different, they can pass laws about it, and the judiciary can't do anything because they don't have any access to power. They can only say, they can only judge things. They're judges. That's what they can do. They can't command, aside from maybe they have bailiffs, but like that's still a loan, not a whole thing. They can't command the military to do judicial shit. They can't even give themselves that power. They can't do anything new, even though they're kind of trying to with some of these laws. And all we need is sufficient ass on one side of the government to fucking move the direction in that way, which she is. If she doesn't understand she's coming out against it, that's where I'm going to get you there. I am going to get you there. But that's basically where we're getting, is this doomerist shit where we only talk about basically the things that scared Demon Mama in the last few months and nothing about the actual intricacies of how this shit works and what we can do to change stuff. I just told you. She gave you an act of God. And I just told you the other thing. Well, that seems like it's difficult, Tyler. Well, that hasn't happened recently. Yeah, but maybe it could if we fucking do the shit that actually makes that happen. And that's pretty much it. Oh, but it might not always work. Okay, well, you still just try, right? Have you never practiced something till you got it right? Like, what in the fuck? I would just rather waste my effort on something I can see immediate gratification from because I have fucking Zoomer brain and like I grew up playing fucking Candy Crush on iPads, and it's the only way I can interact with the world is through fucking beeps, bops, and fucking numbers popping up the second I do something.
Sure. We are stuck with that, no matter who wins. The Supreme Court just made the Chevron decision, which has completely and selectively, mind you, undermined the ability for Democrats to enforce any of their legislation. And by the way, the Chevron decision, done by an unaccountable right-wing court under a Democratic president, has actually undermined one of the aforementioned big wins from Joe, which is his climate deal. We now know that the climate deal cannot be enforced. In fact, I
haven't looked that up yet, and I don't know for a fact that it can't be enforced. I know the Chevron went fucking crazy. But that's not like the last straw on it. As a matter of fact, if we get a bunch more people elected, we could maybe rewrite the law. If you fucking eliminate Republican power to obstruct everything, then that doesn't happen. If we actually would have won these elections in 2016, even though it would have been fucking old blood and guts fucking Hillary, fucking Hillary Clinton, we wouldn't have this issue. We just wouldn't. Because we had the fucking numbers to elect a judge. We got a judge. We got a judge this year. Or in this term. We got Jackson, I think her name is. And none of this is like, oh shit. I don't know if you know this, but under this president, the fucking judiciary that was appointed under the last president is fucking people over. Okay? Yeah, so still do everything in your literal fucking power to make sure Trump doesn't get elected. The thought that you're going to like evade the worst possible circumstance, like if you think like mutual support is going to get you through 3%ers, you're crazy. Like if they start fucking going house to house trying to fucking hunt people down, like that's a whole different thing. Everybody has to prepare for that. That's a whole different deal. Are you buying guns? Buy guns, buy gold. I didn't
update this portion of the script since I got this news, but we just got news yesterday, perhaps late the day before, that Joe Biden's anti-discrimination decision, the decision to try and enforce anti-discrimination for trans people, has been overturned. The courts ruled on Chevron, specifically on Chevron, that actually no, states and judges can choose to ignore that. We are witnessing the death of a religion.
No, you're
not. It was a religion that worshipped institutions and that taught that a life of abstracted political action is the
This is all source. Cite your. What in the fuck are you talking about?
only life available to you. It was a religion that taught that you do politics through acts of faith to a party, through acts of faith to a system. It is quite literally a trust the plan, but blue.
What is this?
I think that it's irresponsible that so many political public figures resort to convincing their audiences to functionally donate their time and energy to a church that will only offer them blind faith and empty promises. I don't believe that every YouTuber or politically interested public figure needs to do like union organizing streams or protest streams or anything like that. And that's not what I'm saying at all. But right now, there is a culture in left-wing content creation of all types, streaming, video making, all of this. There is a culture of arrest. Political video makers and streamers seem to feel a knee-jerk need to defend what is and essentially be a volunteer PR wing for a system that is not working simply because it's any answer.
So this is wrong. First off, the system works. It just does. But you're spoiled. Like Demon Mama, you're a spoiled brat. That's the thing, is you don't know what it's like to not have all the shit that you have. You're talking about things that are like high level that you don't get. You know what I mean? Anti-discrimination role, real cerebral, philosophical shit. But have you noticed that the fucking roads still generally connect to the fronts of most houses and the stoplights work? You notice that's the system. That's the system. You notice the fucking broadband is on a lot of the times? You notice that we clean up after hurricanes? Have you been to a public park? That's the system. That's the system. Do you have your ID, your identification? People know who the fuck you are? Have you been kidnapped and sold into fucking slavery? That's the system. Has another country busted into our country and started slaughtering our citizens for our resources? That's the system. Can you go places inside of our country without a passport? That's the system. That's the system, and it works. And it's not perfect. It's very flawed, and we have to work on the flaws and fix them. Ignoring the benefits of it is really just brain rot. Like it's yet again little kid shit. I don't see what it's doing for me because I've never thought about what it might be like to not have the government, and I also just don't even know what the government does. Not really. You know what I mean? Like, you're not thinking about like the fact that like you don't see tons of guys walking around your neighborhood with like missing arms and legs and shit because we have fucking OSHA out there looking out for work sites. You know what I'm saying? You don't see doctors randomly killing people in any given hospital that like seem indigent and stealing all their organs to sell in the black market like constantly because the system works. A lot of the time, the system is so fucking functional that one of the biggest arguments that can exist in Congress is threatening to not fund it for 5 seconds. The United States is one of the, if not the largest service district on Earth. On Earth. And it's doing shit for you constantly that if you are a little baby on the internet and you don't know anything, you'll think it's not doing anything. But if Project 2025, which I read 4 pages of the 19 pages of, is literally trying to destroy that entire services district. That's what we're fighting for, is to maintain this services district. That'll go away. The stuff, the highly specific personal stuff that you want as a minority member of society, that is a special consideration for you, I think you do deserve it. I think fucking trans people get a bad shake and they need a lot of additional considerations to deal with the care and shit that they need. That said, you not getting that specific special treatment is not by any way, shape, or form a valuable response to just hand-waving the entirety of all of the shit that happens around you. Like, if Donald Trump loses or like fucking wins and Project 2025 stuff gets thrown through the Heritage Foundation, or goddamn, we get fucking a full, if we have a 3-part red 3 red fucking branches of government, that's it. It's like literally watching like all of the warning lights go on at once. Blah, 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 blah. There's nowhere you're gonna hide. You're not gonna hide. Where do you think you're gonna go? Where do you think your community is gonna fucking take you in? What place is safe? The foundations of the country are going to disintegrate. We will balkanize. If you survive, it's going to be in such a diminished state. You will only ever fucking kick yourself in the ass for letting America fall. I know everyone likes to hate America. It's cool. I get it. I served in the military. I know why you guys hate America. It's justified as shit. But the dissolution of the American Services District and of the government of America through Heritage Foundation is not only just a bad thing, it is not something that you will survive. It's not something that your pitiful, Twitter-focused idea of community support is going to weather by any shape or form. We'll have private militaries that do whatever they want. I was talking about this yesterday. Some of the things that they're putting in would literally give corporations the ability to purchase sidewalks and decide who walks on them. That's what we're fucking fighting for. It's not faith. Because there's no assumption that these things are happening. I can look outside of my house and see all of the areas where the government is functioning very well. And I can also do research and find out where it's not doing good enough and try to fix those as well. And separating myself from a system that I am quite literally inseparable from because I rely on it to live is idiotic. It's short-sighted. It's fucking stupid. And any of you guys are like, I don't think she said that, because she doesn't even know what she's saying. That's the thing. Like, if you're a Demon Mama fan and you're like confused right now, it's because you have been eating slop. You have just been fed pig shit for too long, I think. And this happens to the Vosh fans too. I'm just describing literal reality. She's talking about some fucking religion of liberalism that she made up and literally preaching to people while wearing devil horns. They're made of plastic. Like, at a certain level, do you not understand that maybe she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about? And if you're making decisions or sharing that information outside of your closeted little area online where you can kind of be safe from scrutiny and the immediate effects of how dumb that is, that like maybe you're self-deluding into trying to think that you weren't doing stupid shit the entire. This is literally insane. It's not grounded in reality. It's just boiling down bad Twitter takes and just assuming they're real for no reason.
But honesty and introspection is demanded of us if we truly believe that a dark time is coming. Telling audiences that you don't know the answer, at the very least, opens the door to finding an answer together. And energizing an audience to begin the process of problem solving is infinitely more useful than shunting everyone's energy off to be burned as fuel by Democrats who are neglectfully failing the entire world right now.
Not true. Literally not. The infrastructure bill is helping the fuck out of Kentucky right now. It just is. It's just good for Kentucky. The infrastructure bill is just good for Kentucky. That's a real thing, by the way. I know it's not like I don't know what aspect of catechism that is in the religion that she made up for me, but I can go drive on roads in eastern Kentucky that didn't exist before Joe Biden became president. So like, you know what I mean? There's dams and levees and shit that are protecting buildings in Hazard and Harding. They work. They do flood cleanup and shit over there. Did you know that? Did you know that Eastern Kentucky has floods? You guys remember that? Remember you heard about that, but it's like not the current thing anymore? People still fucking live there, and they rely on these services that she thinks doesn't exist. They don't. The Democrats are failing the world right now because they haven't done the three things that are hyper concerning to me, and I have just purposefully, literally ignored all of the other shit. If you just don't give a fuck, that's fine. But I don't want you to be dishonest. I won't permit this dishonesty of framing it as though there's three issues, and those three issues, if they don't get fucking solved then nothing good is happening. And it's worth it to start this aspect of the conversation, which is just absolutely fucking absurd.
I believe it is a very real and likely possibility that Donald Trump will win in November and will immediately begin using federal power that he and his allies have built to aggressively reshape America into a Trump-centric Christian nationalist country. I believe that trans people are in immediate danger of losing.
I like the idea of just saying federal power. I want to hear. She like it would just so like if you talk to somebody that actually knows politics, right? Somebody that's actually educated on this shit and has like a modicum of a background of experience in it, that whole what she said right there will actually have what they're gonna do. If you didn't know that, like the Heritage Foundation, you can look that up. They'll tell you exactly. I don't think she has any fucking comprehension of what it is. It's just like. So the most important thing about that is how do you counter it? If you don't know what they're gonna, I just know that if he's in charge, he's gonna harm me. Well, yeah, okay, fucking stunning revelation there, kid. What is he gonna try to do? Because if you don't know what they're going to try to do, then you can't stop them. You know what I mean? You might not need to win the presidency. It might be like a specific fucking election in one city. You know, that's the thing. And this doomerist shit, which we're going to get even deeper into, we're only halfway through. We're going all the way through this video, is sapping people's desires to involve themselves in the process. And that is what the real bad thing is about. This is more likely to get you killed than fucking anything. Because this is just how you get young people to not vote.
Losing rights, facing persecution, and losing their livelihoods and even lives. I believe that immigrants are in great physical danger and face most of the same dangers that I just outlined before. I believe that police forces are in a position to rapidly advance horrifically anti-black, anti-immigrant, and anti-homeless agendas that are going to cost lives. I believe that most of the liberal sphere will...
Can I just say that police don't advance agendas? They're the executive branch. Legislative branch permits them to do usually what they do. Like there's a police force that's like, the thought that there's a police force that's waiting to beat the shit out of homeless people or black people is wild to me. Because I covered crime in courts and shit. That's new. like there's the cops in Louisville fucking fuck up the homeless people all the time. They go and roust their camps like once every 2 fucking weeks and send them all around in the hottest parts of the year, hottest and coldest parts of the year. They're getting rousted all the time, and they fucking die and shit. It's fucking horrible. I can't imagine that slow. First off, it kept going faster, and we did have a Democrat. We elected a dog shit Democrat named Craig Greenberg. Tyler, this proves everything I said. You elected a Democrat in the best possible extent. The best possible thing didn't happen. Yeah, because fucking progressives are so dog shit with their messaging that the progressive candidate didn't win the fucking primary because we had dipshit doomers that are like, oh, we can't get involved. The money's in there. Oh, why would I waste my time trying to change things when I could just pretend that I'm doing something? But they like the thought that they're like, what? Shit, I was going to beat the fuck out of you, but go on, you little whippersnapper. Joe Biden's still president. Fuck.
Agree with me on almost all of that. In fact, I believe it's reflected in messaging by the Democratic Party all the way up to even Joe Biden himself. You know, the threat to democracy stuff, which I agree. There is a threat to democracy. If all of these things are true, we must evolve and adapt to meet the moment. Endless social media antagonism with...
Hold on. Doomer isn't the same as seeing things for what they are. You guys don't see things for what they are. You're fucking deluded. Unevidential shit. You're just fucking pretending you know what the fuck's going on with no grounding in reality whatsoever. You just believe it because you fucking read it on Twitter or YouTube. No one's providing me counter evidence. It's easy. Just show me the fucking actual version of the world that exists and you will prove me wrong. Somebody said this about my debate with Lore Lodge. Like if Lore Lodge would have just provided the one bit of evidence, Tyler wouldn't have had anything to say. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the linchpin. When you're telling the truth, it's extremely fucking convenient because it's always true. You guys start to, I think that's what she's talking about. You're self-deluding. It is actually disappointing. That's why I made this video. I knew this was going to happen.
The goal of ultimately convincing people to, at best, donate more to Genocide Joe is not going to solve this if or when he eats shit in November.
So this is it. This is the anti-electoralist shit. This is it. I don't give a fuck about the bare minimum vote shit. That's just like a fucking Nazi disavowing. Oh, disavow. It's like you're doing the one minimum thing. You know what I mean? And it's okay. What we need is people to do work to get the people elected. And then you're like, well, I won't get everything that I want. I won't get more than I have. I'll just keep what I have. Like, yeah, you stupid, self-involved, lazy fuck. Yes. You should be you people should be fucking disgusted with yourselves, by the way. Like, this mentality sickens me, and that I need to get you to where it sickens you too, so you stop behaving that way. That's like the point of this. But this is the crux of her argument is eventually she does that like, well, I'm not saying don't go vote. I'm not saying don't go vote. Okay. All right. Just don't support in any way, shape, or form any of the routes that will actually get somebody elected, and instead go do something useless. Oh, it's not useless. I'm helping in my community. Like, okay, ask the people if they want you to do, I don't know, house a random fucking stranger you met on Twitter that you're going to drag into your fucking polycule probably. Or do they want you to like try to make sure that the fucking roads still work and like Project 2025 doesn't get enacted? Like, do we want roving bands of like private armies that are hired by people after that gets allowed? Would we prefer you come here and fiddle fuck around and do something in the community during election season, or go phone bank, or go try to get people elected, or go fucking just try to be positive about the fucking election, or like understand it and talk about it in terms that are relative to fucking humanity? Like, if this is all you're gonna do is talk about it, this is my I know I'm running a risk. I got a bunch of crossover with Demon Mama's community. I will fucking lose every subscriber. I don't give a shit, because I actually stand on my fucking principles, and my principles are try to at least know fucking something about what I'm talking about before I open my fucking mouth, as opposed to just getting scared and feeling not up to it and reading fucking 5 minutes of shit on Twitter and forming my entire political consensus about it. It is insane. It's unprincipled, and it's deleterious to the fucking causes you purport to support. And it's pathetic, and I have no respect for it, which is why I'm making this video. I'm losing my mind. I can't believe anyone would say this. Oh, you're wasting your time trying to get somebody elected because you think, because by the way, because based on nothing other than like what, a fucking a debate appearance, she's like, Joe Biden's gonna lose. Sorry, he looks crazy. Like, who gives a fuck? All you have to do is not care about him looking crazy. I've said this. I'll vote a fucking corpse into office. I don't give a shit. Let him be the Lich Lord of the White House, as long as the entire services district doesn't get shut down and we all have our rights stripped away. Like, what the fuck argument do you think you're making? I don't want to put effort into it just in case I lose, and then I'll feel bad. Can't you imagine telling somebody to get involved and then they might lose? How bad they'll feel? Like, you sound like a fucking pussy, dude. Of the most, like, unacceptable. I can't respect it. I say it's prey shit. Prey behavior. And I'm not gonna fucking interact with it in a way that gives it undue respect. It's disgusting to me. It's cowardly. It's weak. It's surrender focused. You want to call it doomer? I just call it bitch shit. Flat out. Flat the fuck out. If he wants to quit, if he wants to switch out, that's his dope. But the dude said he wants to fucking keep going, because of course he does. He's a fucking presidential candidate. Dude, it's like fucking 4 months till the election or whatever. Like, there's a lot of shit that can happen. Have you never fucking witnessed an election before? How many of you are like 19, 20 years old and this is your first election? You're like, it's not perfect. Like, dude, elections go fucking crazy. You don't know who's going to win really until fucking maybe the night of the election. And sometimes not even then. Shout out fucking Bush Gore. Like, dude, it's a whole fucking thing, and you're giving up at the first sign of a cloth fraying. And instead of doing everything that you can to try to shore that up, you're just going, oh, it's time to surrender. Oh shit! Don't spend your money. Don't go on trips. Oh fuck! Don't try to help these people. They're losers. Be a real winner. Give up before you've even started fighting. It's pathetic behavior, and Demon Mama should be ashamed of herself for sharing this. This video should be deleted. I stand by this. I feel emboldened by the power of fucking God himself, as far as I'm concerned. This is a standard thought that I have, is that people should not be comfortable talking like this during an election season. Just keep it to yourself and shut the fuck up and do what needs to be done. Because honestly, if fear motivates you, I might as well try to make you afraid of me so that I can get you to do what I want. Be respectful of that.
I also want to point out something. which is that I think there are a lot of people who operate this way. I don't think it's just liberals. I just think that the liberals are the hegemonic power, okay? As all of you who've ever watched me know, I have...
That's not what a hegemon is. We live in a democracy where the Liberal Party can lose. So that's not a hegemon. It's just not a hegemonic power. That's not what that word means. Let me double check. I will double check. Hold on. My Bible, my word Bible is too far away. Yeah, something. Having dominant influence or authority over others. One possessing hegemony. That's not the Liberal Party by any stretch of the imagination. It's an elected. They're elected officials. They run elections. They're just not hegemonic. They're just literally not. If they can be influenced through bribery, they're not a hegemon. Maybe the bribes are, but if the bribes can't win every election, then the bribes aren't a hegemony. It's not hegemonic. If they can lose their power to another elected official and constantly flip it back and regain it, that's not hegemonic. It's not dominant authority. It's that's why we have checks and balances. Like, it's just not understanding how the system works and using terrified, fear-filled, emotional language to convince dunces, which I'm starting to feel. Imps, you're looking bad. You're looking bad for watching this uncritically. There's nothing you can say to me because I'm just describing reality as it appears to any person. We'll put this on the internet. The internet can fucking decide. I stand clad in purpose. Fucking let the Lich Lord fucking run, okay? I want Withers 2024. But like, what in the fuck is with you guys? Why does this convince you? Why do you feel confident? Because I would hate myself if I got swept up in this like a fucking rube. I would feel extreme feelings of self-doubt and loathing for being tricked by like just petty emotionality and no evidence whatsoever. Well, the evidence is just right there if you look for it. Yeah, if you do confirmation bias, like I don't know, I like fucking, you, like I haven't been around the block once or twice. This is absolutely fucking insane. Not understanding how the system works, and then the system gets expanded to everything that was not being talked about. Deluge, you fucking moron. She doesn't know what the system is. She doesn't know what it is. I do. I'm correct. I am right. What you're experiencing is Demon Mama doesn't provide any evidentiary basis for anything she's saying. It's emotionally charged, self-involved language based on her own brain. And that's it. That's it. It's presumptions, internet philosophy, huff, fluff, puff. I'm telling you what the actual system is. I'm telling you what the fuck we're talking about. And you say, well, no, hold on now. What I did was I moved the goalposts before the beginning of the argument, and now you're telling me that I'm actually just sitting in the middle of a field with a tech deck while you're trying to play football? I don't think so. Beep, beep, beep. If I am blasted.
Have a extreme hatred for manipulative cult structures that trick people with false promises. I grew up in a literal cult, a religious cult.
I can tell, by the way. I can tell.
Dominated the social, mental, and emotional lives of
because she can't see anything. This is every cult person can't not see fucking cults.
Their entire souls
everywhere.
Consumed by a machine with promises of this and promises of that. Promises
of projection,
literally as vague as heaven. You'll have, you're doing this for the kingdom of heaven.
No one's doing that. It's not that vague. I'm just describing things that I want. I just want better roads. I just want, specifically, we just name one thing. I want the fucking train, the PCTs, the devices that prevent train derailments that the fucking Heritage Foundation is trying to remove. I want those to stay. There you go. That's a specific thing. That's the good thing that'll happen is we get to keep the trains don't derail devices on the trains. Fucking, there you go. I'm sorry, that sounds like you're talking about heaven. Who could imagine that? The way that I see the world through this series of different cults has got to be the only possible way. And I'm not going to talk my way out of it. fuck is this? Oh, they're just talking about heaven. Like, maybe you just don't fucking understand what anyone's talking about, and when you don't understand it, you're getting freaked out. Maybe you're a reactionary.
But churches aren't the only ones that use these type of tactics. Also, I want to point out that there is a similar structure that occurs
on this
certain far left sections. Things like the revolutionary optimism and the endless march of the...
What is this, revolutionary doomerism? I mean...
orgs and shit like that. The proletarian revolution is right around the corner. We just got to keep raising money for the revolution. The revolution is coming. That type of shit, by the way, which I've criticized endlessly on my stream, is the exact same type of thing that we are seeing right now working in the Democratic Party.
It's not. It's not.
I oppose it when it's done by MLs. I oppose it when it's done by Christian fundamentalists, and I oppose it when it's done by worshipers of state institutions.
I think Demon Mama just reacts the same way every time she doesn't understand what's going on, and like a clock that's right twice a day, sometimes she's just correct. But she thinks she can tell the time. That's the issue, right? And you're the imps. You guys are in my comment section right now, basically being like, I don't know if you understand this, but back when it was 2 p.m., she said it was 2 p.m. Dunked on, Sweaty. I don't know if you know this, but why don't you try to pay a little bit more attention, sweetheart? Like, I don't know. What about at 1? Okay, we're moving the goalposts now. Now you say the clock has to work at 1 p.m. as well. I don't know if you know this, Sweaty, but when it was 2 p.m., it worked because I saw it and it was pointing to 2 p.m. Like, that's what you guys sound like. Understand that. You got fucked up. You've been fucked up. This is actually like deprogramming. You have been fucking... your brains have been blown out. Just all the way through the sides of your ears. And I'm trying to scoop them back in and shove them back in your fucking head. Because that's what you sound like. That's the arguments you provide. Okay. I don't know. Have you considered this? It's fucking pathetic. Oh my God.
And I think that you should too. Okay?
Make the perfect the enemy of the good. Like, Jesus
now, there are
Christ.
A couple of critiques that I want to sort of I want to address directly. Some of these were voiced by
Barbara in here struggling. Demon Mom, if you end up watching back through this, you need to gift a sub to Barbara, Norwegian last name, Dutch last name, whatever that is, because this is your strongest soldier, and I'm not gonna lie. They're just like literally running up to shields, bouncing off of them, and bawling on the ground.
On social media. And others I have seen, in the fallout of this conversation, I've seen people talking about it. So I want to talk about one first, okay? Before we go any further. Here's the first one that I want to talk about, right here. No one should constrain themselves entirely to procedural politics. But I do think that Trump regaining power would be very bad, and voting against him seems to me the likeliest way of stopping that particular problem.
True.
So that's the first one. From ContraPoints. Keep that in your mind, okay?
The most true statement you've ever heard.
That I want to bring up specifically.
The most unassailable fact of existence. What's that fucking meme where somebody like, this you, honey? And it just says the most base thing ever. Like, what the fuck?
Here.
I love it.
Is this tweet. It starts... Leftist movement, here we go. It starts up here. Literally every single right, this is another user on Twitter who says, literally every single right you currently have were given and brought to you by leftist movements who fought against the capitalists who want you to live in abject poverty for their own coffers.
That's not true at all. That's just not true. A lot of rights were fought for by leftists, but America's revolution was this whole big thing, right? And so, like, the 10 most important rights that any American has in the Bill of Rights were given to you by fucking conservative Christian slave owners, all right? And then it took a little while for those to matriculate out with additional amendments to everybody. So actually, hyper-conservative fucking slave owners gave you most of your... The Constitution itself that establishes the American district, which did a lot of evil shit, an insane amount. That is the largesse of the rights. A lot of the rights that were used to fight for the additional rights, and that those like court cases and all that are in there. You know what I mean? Like it stems from that. Because I'll tell you what, like, dude, you know, there's a lot of good ones out there in the deeper amendments. There's a lot of great ones. But fucking the First Amendment kind of slaps. And I hate to break it to you, but the guy that wrote that one, not the best dude. But he did write it. And you might have, if you live in America now, you have it. You know, like the fifth, you know, no unlawful search and seizure, the right to protect against self-incrimination, you know, that kind of shit, you know, that was all, those are rights, you know, because it says that those are rights. So it was not all fought for by leftists. It's kind of been a mutual thing. That's why the other side has a lot of say in our government, because they were here the whole time and they fought for shit too. And you can't ignore that. The fuck, yeah, if you want to go to Blair Mountain and shit and talk about Matewan, which I've been to the Blair Mountain fucking Matewan Mine Wars Museum, because I live that life. Yeah, okay, fucking for sure. Lefties fighting for lefty causes, better fucking workers' rights, civil rights, all that sort of shit. That high order stuff, also very good. Very, very good. But the whole premise of that is false. The whole premise of that argument is an inherent untruth. And you can't argue against that. You literally can't, because I just provide the fucking United States Constitution that enshrines the rights of Americans is a direct rebuttal of it. Is that not crazy? Isn't that weird? And also, I don't know who, I'm assuming they're talking to Americans, because I don't even know what the fuck kind of rights you have in Portugal. Brazil? I don't know what the fuck. Did leftists get all the fucking rights in Brazil? Argentina? Venezuela? You keep going around place to place like that. Hey, who are you talking to? I guess we're talking to fucking Americans, right? I hope so, because then I have something to say about it, I guess. And otherwise, it doesn't fucking matter, because this is an American talking about an American talking about an American election. But, like, isn't that kind of crazy? Like, why are we erasing history? Is it inconvenient? I guess, obviously it is a little bit, because it kind of blows that entire fucking point out of the water, because it's just not true. I'm sorry, well, they meant these other rights. Well, then why do they say every right that you have? Why would they sit down and write it out the way that they wrote it out and then share it? You know? Isn't that kind of crazy? Because it's still wrong. Still wrong.
Natalie responds, leftist movements who influenced elected officials. Yes, direct action is an essential component of any political progress, but it still matters who the elected officials are. It still matters who's on the Supreme Court. Now, this first comment here, it's been driving me crazy, because as I'll show in a minute, ContraPoints has responded this almost exact comment, I think literally this exact comment or some slight variation on it, to tons of people. This is quite literally Michael Scott from The Office.
In Brazil, we literally fought but worse to get basic human rights.
It's so frustrating. The idea that the only end goal is the declaration, the only end goal is an elected official saying, I hereby say, and not everything that built up to it.
I was reading chat
from the
I don't know what the fuck this Michael Scott reference is.
Michael Scott from The Office doing the I declare bankruptcy. It's so frustrating. The idea that the only end goal is the declaration, the only end goal is an elected official saying, I hereby say, and not everything that built up to it.
I don't know who's making this argument or how we're getting here, but like, or what this is emblematic of is part of a larger issue, which is why she's talking about these things. That is a great goal, because somebody saying, well, we like the yays have it, the law is passed, means like there's a law. Because that's the thing, is that that is kind of like the most important thing, is to get that done. And then, yeah, all the stuff that works up to it is a lot of what she's saying not to do, which is try to get the people that would even fight for that elected. Like, you gotta have bill sponsors and shit, you know what I mean? And that's not even to do with the presidential election, but the presidential election is always a major motivator for people to go to the polls and vote down ballot and stuff. And being doomer about this shit and letting that mentality go out where I'm not going to support the Democrats, blah, blah. Like, you might fucking not, if you don't motivate people to go out and vote as a polemic on the internet, then first off, what are you fucking doing? What the fuck is the value of your political content? Is the political anti-advocacy? But like, you should be motivating people to go out and vote for the right kind of people and vote. Because if you don't vote, no one's going to care that you don't. You know what I mean? Except for me, because I want everyone to vote. But like, the thing is that the politicians don't have to count on winning a vote that they didn't already win before. Generally, that's why fucking Jamal Bowman lost.
It's just, I'm going to go into that more in a second. I just needed to point out that, like, I really, really, really think that this is a bad analysis. And I've tried here to not be cruel or personal, but I want to challenge ContraPoints to think a little more deeply about whether or not the, like, crux of politics should be like a declaration from some political figure. Because I think that is a very bankrupt analysis, and I think that it's very silly.
Tyler, the founding fathers were left for their time. How do you use left/right? Isn't it a pro/contra unjustified hierarchy? No, I don't even know what the I'm not a fucking anarchist, so I don't. If you're an anarchist and you want the entire world to do anarchist shit, I'm left because currently the Overton window is left. That's it. It's just where you stand at the fucking time. The founding fathers weren't leftists. I don't know where you're getting that. They were like ANCAP libertarians. Like, fuck. The slaves were getting freed by the British Crown because of progressive politics in Britain. The slaves were going to get freed everywhere underneath British rule, and they didn't want that to happen. So, like, we broke away from Britain. There was other things about it, but it was more about personal freedoms, which is still a centrist thing. That's not inherently leftist, particularly not personal freedoms for everybody, but rather personal freedoms relative to business and taxation and personal conduct and personal property. The original Declaration of Independence wasn't life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was life, liberty, and property. But I guess even they thought it was a little bit too fucking extreme. I don't know by what order. You're trying to massage some crazy shit. Who is right of them? The Crown? Fucking King George's fucking half brain dead ass, you know? There was Christian churches throughout America that were like, slavery is an abominable practice. It is an abomination. We should stop it. People have always known slavery's bad. They've always known that. It wasn't like something that we came up with because somebody saw a slave one day picking cotton and went, oh, fuck. I just had an idea. It was always bad. They were always doing an evil thing. They knew they were doing an evil thing. They were actively engaged. They wanted to keep doing that. And then they were highly conservative in their lawmaking. And they weren't all of a mind anyway. Like, the founding fathers weren't all like, yeah, hey, man, if you have an idea, it's my idea. Like, they had big arguments. There was a constitutional Congress that lasted forever. There were multiple drafts of the Constitution. They had to write the Federalist Papers out so people had an idea of like why they fucking tried to make these things law. And then you immediately had political splits after George Washington stopped being president. I might be fucking up the history a little bit. And you had different parties right off the bat. What is it? Whigs and the Federalists and Whigs? I can't remember off the top of my head because it's 250-year-old history. But like, what in the fuck? How like, are you just trying to massage history to make that one dumb fuck statement work when it doesn't make any fucking sense in the first place? Like, that's insanity. It's literally just a repeat of the thing where I was saying before. It's ontological good. If it's ontologically good, it's good. If good things are good because they're good, and bad things are bad because they're bad. So if a good thing happened, it must be because the people are good, because they couldn't have done a bad thing because they're good, and only good people do good things. It's baby ideas of how the world works. You know what I mean? They fucking pursued a policy of slaughter against the Native Americans before and after, like the French and Indian War. The French monarchy was supporting the Native Americans, and we were slaughtering them, the colonial Americans, and they fought back, and there was the French and Indian Wars. which ended up being so like where do you fall on a left-right dichotomy? These are the same people that try to do it with the spirit of the as of yet unborn fucking Kropotkin, just like, George Washington, you should do this thing. It would probably be pretty good. Fuck. I mean, they're just Enlightenment ideals. It's a completely different dichotomy. By today's standards, hyper-conservative. By their own standards of the day, anti-monarchical, and that's it. That's fucking it. It wasn't even really progress when it comes down to it, too, because Britain was pretty much just about as free after the fact anyway. The French only did it for some extra firepower. Yeah, and the French are out for their own ends, too. Like, this is the issue with trying to presume these pure essentializing standpoints, which is what I think really where fucking Demon Mama gets confused, is that politics are hard and they are confusing, and sometimes you have to make strange bedfellows. Like, this isn't new. These aren't new concepts. These are things that every fucking adult that is engaged in political conversation, which is all of the adults eventually, not like why old people are always hyper involved in their elections, it's because they want to hold on to power. No, it's because they let more than one or two fucking political movements go by them, and they eventually have to hit the moment where they go, damn it, I need to get involved in politics because this is bullshit. It happens to you when you're younger if you happen to be part of a minority class that's always getting fucked over, or something random happens to come up, or maybe you just have political inclinations because you're a sociopath that wants to steal power. But everybody eventually comes across politics because it invades every aspect of your life. You are going to be involved in politics for the rest of your life. We're social animals. We require politics as part of our biological systems. That's why you have deep emotional reactions to shit. That's why you want to be a team player. That's why you want to pick teams, and why you don't want to be on teams, and why you want to make new teams, because you are fucking not above this. And there is no essentializing. There really just isn't. Sometimes things are very hyper complicated, and sometimes they're even more complicated than that.
When you think about it for more than a second, which again, I'll go into some specific examples of this in a bit, but I want to get to the rest of this. Marcy responds, not necessarily. Slavery was abolished by monarchies few years after the Haitian Revolution. Natalie responds, not in the US, but in some other countries. Granted, sometimes revolutions can influence monarchs, but I feel like we're getting a little far away from the question of whether it's worth voting in the 2024 US presidential election.
Yes.
Now, the reason why I read this one and the other one is because I believe we are engaging with a Mott and Bailey.
This is not a Mott and Bailey.
Mott and Bailey it's an argumentation tactic where, when pressed, you put out a certain statement, and then when you're confronted on it, you sort of retreat to a very easy and almost inarguable statement. And I think this is a perfect example. And I want to show you what I mean, okay? I'm going to go back and quote something I quoted earlier on. In this tweet, ContraPoints tries to say it's just about whether or not you should vote at all in the 2024 election. But then, if we go back to the original thread, and I quote, as someone terrified by the prospect of Trump returning to power.
So, by the way, I think it seems like we're popping back and forth between Twitter and Discord. I don't know where the hell all this shit's going.
Can you reassure me that there is a plausible direct action non-electoralist means of stopping him that's more likely to succeed than electing Biden-Harris? Because if not, I think you're a LARPer. So the original thread says, if you can't promise a direct action or non-electoralist means of stopping Donald Trump from taking office, you are a LARPer.
Yes.
And then, so that's the wall.
No, that's just a statement.
And then you retreat to the, it's just about whether or not you should vote or not.
I mean, if you want to take that personally, you can. Did she say stuff? That's just, you're pushing back on ContraPoints, who has a spine made out of fucking rubber bands and gummy bears, with all due respect to the Queen Regent herself. ContraPoints is like spineless and nice. She's very non-confrontational immediately after pushback. So she just reeled it back, more than likely because she thought she didn't stick with the insult. But, like, it still sticks. It would still stand. It's just about the thing. Like, that's just not a Mott and Bailey. A Mott and Bailey's about arguing two different positions. And so basically, you make one statement down here. That's the Mott, right? and you fucking have a little fight down there. That's the actual thing you're supposed to be arguing about. And then you get people to start arguing about that, and then you retreat to the Bailey and start making a different fucking argument as though it's the same thing. That's it. Insulting somebody and calling them a LARPer, I don't think that her entire thing was like, we're going to establish definitions, we're going to articulate LARPer, I'm going to make relativistic statements about you and fucking LARPers and try to get everyone on point with that. She was just saying, I feel like you're a fucking LARPer for not doing it. Okay, well, my biggest concern is this thing. Yeah, it's a retreat, but it's not a real Mott and Bailey. Mott and Bailey is an intentional thing. It is an intentional tactic, and it repeats itself. If you want to see Mott and Bailey, watch fucking Rob Noor for 5 fucking minutes. He does that and Gish galloping. Well, you know what I really wanted to talk about. We're getting really into the weeds, but you're not focusing on my earlier question, which was this. Wait, can we just have? They're still on topic here, right? Mott and Bailey would be like starting a conversation about gun rights and then somehow making it be like, but you didn't say that about trans legislation, now did you? Like that's the Mott and Bailey, right? It's part of like 2 cocaines and shit fit really okay into it. Pressing somebody or making someone like ContraPoints that doesn't have the gumption to push deeper into the argument retreats a bit. That's just freaking retreating. They're just retracting a statement. You know what I mean? If anything, when she said that, she's just saying like, okay, she's walking the LARP back to a degree. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's like if I call you a dumbass and say you're being bad about electoral politics, and then you're like, well, I want to talk about how big of a dumbass I am. Like, well, I just said that. I really mostly want to talk about electoral politics. That's not a Mott and Bailey. It's crazy. It's like a fundamental thing. Like every single fucking time there's almost anything brought up that's relative to this entire sphere that she's been in for like what, like fucking half a decade or some shit. I don't even know. She's just wrong. Just flatly fucking wrong about. It's crazy. I'm excited to see any sort of fucking response videos. I want to see you guys. You better be out there simping. I want to see high level. I want to see tears and weeping tissues thrown levels of fucking simping from the imps. You can't spell simp without imp. I will tell you that right now.
I find that really frustrating and dishonest. And I think it's sad because I do think this topic is really important. And I also believe that not only are a lot of people engaging in this exact sort of crappy, fallacious argument.
How is it fallacious? So define how it's fallacious. If you're saying it's untrue, then you're saying it's untrue. A fallacious argument is not untrue. First off, that's the thing that needs to be established. A fallacious argument is an argument that is based on a fallacy, right? It can still actually be true. The argument can be the premises support the conclusion, right? If the premises don't support the conclusion or they don't logically follow to the conclusion, this is basic fucking Greek logic. If you've never heard this before, go take a class at your community college. They'll drum you up on it. The premises have to support the conclusion. The premises don't have to be true. So a fallacious argument can be untrue, right? Because both of the things are like they're lies. An argument based on a fiction would still be not fallacious. It's a solid argument. It follows, but it's based on untrue things. That's just an aspect. That's why I challenge people's premises as well, because their argumentation does follow. This happens a lot with the right. They'll make a non-fallacious argument. It follows. It literally, it's a solid argument. Just the premises are untrue. The premises support the conclusion. They lead that way, but the premises are untrue. If this is confusing or you think that this isn't real, you don't have opinions on this shit. Or if you're actually way better at it than me, please explain to me how I'm wrong. But if this is the first time you've ever heard these things, just understand this might be a touch above you. A touch. You can go look it up and get caught up in like 5 minutes. Just go do some basic reading. But a fallacious argument is not a false argument. It is not a lie inherently, right? And so you've got to prove Didn't Demon Mama stop doing debates like 2 years ago for her own little fortress like Vosh? I'm not gonna lie, I would not do debates with anybody but anonymous chatters if I had this level of skill and background knowledge. But like that argument, you have to prove that argument is fallacious. The way that you prove an argument is fallacious is you state the fallacy that's being invoked, right? So like if I say Demon Mama is talking about politics, and Demon Mama shouldn't talk about politics because she's stupid, right? So Demon Mama shouldn't talk about politics. That's fallacious because it's an ad hominem. I say that you're too stupid to talk about politics. That is an ad hominem argument. So it's a fallacious argument. Now, it still might be true, but that fallacy does not in itself justify the actual argument there. So it's a fallacious argument, even though maybe it's actually kind of maybe true. And I'm not saying that's true, but it could be.
Everyone who engages in it is.
By the way, most of the reason that I'm being this fucking hot is because Demon Mama was this fired up last night, talking shit to her detract, talking shit. She fucking transition shamed some fucking trans man last night, which was wild. I guess maybe I'm not deep enough into that to know, but like, fuck. She fucking went in on someone. So I figured it's no holds bars. If that's the rules you're going to use for people that can't beat your ass, I don't know, maybe it should be the rule for someone that can.
Is better than this. I know that ContraPoints is smarter than using a tactic like that. I agree. I'm just going to highlight in chat, Gutter Bunny says, this is actually defeatist doomerism. I 100% agree with you.
Taper Hunter, this Demon Mama stuff is getting boring. I'm gonna check out. That's the first time I've ever seen you in chat. Have you said anything else ever? Hold on. I want to see. I love this. This is the best thing about coming across fucking like the Voshite circle of streamers. Let's see. Maybe they have been in here a bunch of times. That would be actually fucking pretty fire. Let's see. I can't look it up on this. I have to go all the way into my little thing. Let's see. Well, we got 327 people in here. I guess it's not that boring. Hold on. Where was that? Where'd it go? Taper Hunter. Oh, sorry, you're not in top chat because you probably haven't chatted here very much. I gotta go to live chat to make you appear. There we go. Channel activity. Okay, so you've only ever been here. Chat messages in the lat year. Thank you, Taper Hunter, for being one of the most common individuals you run into when running into this side of the fucking internet. This is a little boring. I'm gonna head out. Anyone else that wants to leave with me? Throws up your collar. Let's go. This Demon Mama stuff is getting boring. I'm going to check out. Is she going to vote? We can do whatever direct action Demon Mama is advocating while also going to the polls. You fucking simp. Busted. You can't spell imp. You can't spell simp without imp. Busted. Make my
It
own
is
fucking
very
soundboard.
popular right now for liberals and liberal leftists to call people doomers all the time, but their position is quite literally, there is nothing but Biden, and if Biden doesn't win, we're toast. And it goes really far, okay? Because I want to point out one other thing, okay? I feel like I want to engage with ContraPoint's words here fairly, okay? User says, at what point will moving to Europe not seem ridiculous or alarmist anymore and actually sound like a reasonable decision? And ContraPoint says, we're there. I am arranging to be out of the country by inauguration day if Trump...
Someone asks, is it okay to shame someone who you think is a TERF? I have no idea. I really can't comment on that because it's not kind of my world, but I do know that if you can shame somebody, you can shame anybody. Once you open the door is open, all right? There's no I don't believe in this ontological good-bad dichotomy, okay? I just believe bad things are bad when they're bad and good things are good, but that doesn't infer your whole thing. There's harm and there's not harm. So if you're cool with doing some little verbal violence to somebody, I don't see why it shouldn't happen to you as well. I don't think that you're justified so much so that you can use the tools of someone else and not have those tools used against you. It just sounds insane, which I apply to myself too. Come on in, bring the heat. I double dog dare you. I'm very much a live by the sword, die by the sword person, and I treat other people like I want to be treated.
Wins, and we'll have to set up funds to get as many of the most vulnerable people out as we can. Now, I truly hope that ContraPoints means it and will sound ridiculous or alarmist anymore and actually sound like a reasonable decision. And ContraPoints says, we're there. I am arranging to be out of the country by Inauguration Day if Trump wins, and we'll have to set up funds to get as many of the most vulnerable people out as we can. Now, I truly hope that that ContraPoints means it and will set up funds to help vulnerable people. I truly, truly, truly hope that that's the case. We'll see. Of course, we'll have to see if that actually pans out, but I truly hope that ContraPoints will help others get out. So I find it, all of this is to say, I find it hard to believe that that the Biden camp, the Biden is the only option camp, is not supremely doomer. It's if Biden doesn't.
He is the only option. He's the Democratic. He's the Democratic fucking nominee for president and the sitting incumbent president of the United States of America. He's the only option. Everything else is like sunshine and rainbows and pretend stuff that like people that don't know much about politics like to pander around, and people more shamefully that do know enough about politics like to play on other people's securities doing. But there is no third option. There just isn't. There isn't. There never has been. Because first off, a lot of people like Joe Biden. That's the first thing. Just understand that. People love Joe Biden. People who are making money off that fucking plan, the fucking transportation bill and all that stuff, the infrastructure bill, they love Joe Biden. People who made a bunch of money after Joe Biden took off, they like Joe Biden. People that got their loans forgiven, they like Joe Biden, right? People that think they can get their loans forgiven some more, they like Joe Biden. People that just know that he's not Donald Trump, they like Joe Biden. They like him for that much. Some people can actually see people for more than the one thing that they don't like about them. And it's like this crazy aspect of being an adult that not everybody teaches, I guess, worldwide. But the thing is he's really liked. And there's not that same kind. Hold on now. I saw a poll. Polls are confirmation bias like 9 times out of 10. If you're not a pollster, don't try to fucking break those down because half the time you don't even understand what the statistics mean. And I'm saying that about me. I get fucking boozled by polls all the time. And I fucking had to read them half for a living. They're very difficult to understand. And a lot of times a poll can just say whatever you want the poll to say. It literally just can. But a lot of people just like Joe Biden. People like working with Joe Biden. Joe Biden's cabinet likes Joe Biden. People are concerned about him, but people are concerned about all people that are over fucking 80 years old. The guy's got a foot in the fucking grave. However, this is America, and rich people live till they're 120 nowadays. Joe Biden could realistically live for like another 40 years. You know what? Like, there's people that are just not dying these days. He could live for another 40 years. Because people live that long. He could live for another 20. If you're 22, right? All the time that you've been on Earth, all the time that he's been on Earth, you could add those together. That might be when he dies. He might go sooner, he might go later. He might be crazy dementia fucking nut job bouncing off the walls of a fucking very, very nice nursing home for presidents. But he might not die, right? And he just needs to be alive to be president. Everybody else can help him get where he fucking needs to be. You know, if he actually goes dementia, maybe they'll take him out of office or he'll be taken. But as long as he can say, I want to be president, he can still fucking be president. And he's the option. He's the option. That's the case. Like, there is no third option. Provide me one. That's the thing. It's like, oh, people just don't like having this option. Like, okay, I don't give a fuck. It's like going into a fucking a burger place and saying, like, where is this steak? You know what I mean? Like, we don't sell that here. It's not one of the options. You could sell steak. You have a stove back there. You could cook a steak on that stove. You could put it in the fridge. This is a beef product. You already have all the well, yeah, I know we could do it, but we're not gonna because this is what works. We sell burgers. This is a burger place. We're the Democratic Party. We have Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like, literally, your Joe Biden at home is RFK. The fucking brainworm guy's next closest.
Which I don't have any way of personally influencing besides getting mad at other people on the internet. I will run away. And hopefully other people will run away too. Also, Europe is, Europe has a lot of problems.
I don't give a fuck about Europe.
Okay? The far right is also on the rise in Europe as well. Not all of Europe, but in certain areas of Europe, it's pretty bad.
I don't give a shit. Sorry, Europeans. I'm gonna be the one American that says, I'll commiserate with you. If a good thing happens, it's good. If a bad thing happens, it's bad. But I don't know fucking anything about European politics. And it's very difficult to keep up with. So I'm just gonna not involve my opinion in specifically your political parties. I know you will not do me that service retroactively, but I just don't know what's going on. I don't care. Because I can't. From what I understand, Marie Le Pen, not great. I don't know what any of her policies are. I don't know. Was it like we're gonna fucking drown one fucking Arab child per day? You know, is it set the fucking slums on fire? Is it some more nuanced fucking evil thing? I don't know. I don't know. And my opinion is not particularly valuable because of that. My ability to just say thing is bad is not actually a talent or a skill. It's just agreeing with people. And I can be agreeable, but I prefer not to, because agreeable people never really arrive at the truth often, you know? And yet she persisted.
Anti-electoralism, okay, is a convenient...
He's clearly sundowning, dementia is setting in. He should not be running, full stop. Fuck that. Run. I want a brain dead millionaire for president instead of a brain dead millionaire that also still has like some sentience and enough to do evil shit. You gotta prove it too. Like, where's the proof? You know what I mean? You gotta prove it. If the guy can keep saying, I want to be president, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? I want him to go. There's no reason to say anything else. He's the fucking guy. He's the guy. Support the guy. The only reason people are concerned about him being able to win is because people keep talking about how concerned they are for him to win. It's a self-propagating cycle. It's actually informed consent. Or fucking damn it, manufactured consent. There's no what he's not going to not run. And there's no reason to not support him until he decides to not run, because it's his prerogative. He's in that position. It's his decision and no one else's. And all you can do is just obfuscate what needs to happen. And that's dumb. That really is just dumb. You know what I mean? It should just be thrown in. There's political messaging to be done. There's a lot of stuff to be talking about relative to this election. And the best I'm getting from a lot of like voices that are more prominent and honestly more fucking effective at penetrating the online leftist spaces where a lot of this fucking doomerism is coming from are just focusing on that. Why? Probably because it gets them donos. I mean, let's be honest.
Straw man to a lot of liberal and liberal leftist commentators. They say it, and then they conveniently never meaningfully define it. It's like the woke.
The proof is his campaign said that he's less capable after 4 p.m. So am I. You ever had a job? Do you work? Have you ever had employment that requires stuff of you? You know, when 4 p.m. rolls around and you're like, fuck, I want to go home and take a nap. Now imagine you're now 80 as well. Like, yeah, the dude's fucking old. He wants to go sleepy Joe Biden. He wants to go take a nap. It's nappy time. It's 4 p.m. Let him fucking go take a sleeps. He's got plenty of people to do all of the he has a million assistants to do all of the other stuff. All he has to do is say, okay, I remember 1975, you know, there's public pools in Clancy, Mississippi, and they're gonna go, yeah, you've told me that before, Grampy Joe. That's right. What is this bill? Like, this is the spending bill. I remember we talked about it yesterday. 14 million. We're gonna be appropriating 14 billion over 5 years. 14 billion over 5 years, yes, sir. We have all of this set up. Your wife just double checked it, and we got these other people that you've trusted your entire life to look over all of these things. They seem pretty good. All right, yeah, sign it, and he gets his little sippy cup and goes back to sleep. That's awesome. You know what the opposite is? A guy, look, I said to bring him in. Okay, can we have this guy shot? Mr. President, he's just a member of the press. I know, I didn't think I asked you that. Can we have him shot? Well, there's not a lot of cops that want to do it, but we can probably find one. Go find a cop that actually wants to be a fucking hero, and I'm gonna shoot this fucking prick. Let's go. He needs to stop. He needs to stop running. Dead stop. The one conversation we need to be having on the internet is how unfit this guy is for president. I'm pretty sure this is going to result in a guy that's dedicated his entire life to doing this job just dropping out and not going to have any adverse effect on the poll numbers. It's not me that's ruining everything. It's Sleepy Joe Biden, a guy that's just been doing the same shit since we elected him 4 years ago. It's crazy that people are even considering letting him. Fucking idiots, dude.
But of the left, okay? There are very few anti-electoralist people that I know personally, and I know a lot of people who are anti-electoralist.
Can I just... Oh my god! I know I'm inviting another community into my fucking chat when I see an interaction like this, because people in my chat know better than this. Ask me. Coincidentally, a field where my clinical knowledge of dementia is relied upon for diagnosis. But sure, snark is cool. From Grey Knight 777. You guys gotta check this one out. Coincidentally, a field where my clinical knowledge of dementia is relied upon for diagnosis. But sure, snark is cool. Aspen B, you don't have a doctorate, LMFAO. At Aspen B, yet. Flips their collar up, cape soaring into the sky. In my professional diagnosis is some asshole that has opinions that might one day become a doctor. I am going to clinically diagnose this guy. Holy fuck. Shut the fuck up for the rest of your life. Oh my God. You could have just not admitted it. You could have just made up a hospital and I would have had more respect. Yet. Oh my god, if you misrepresent your medical credentials in my chat again, you're fucking banned. They can't even misrepresent them, they don't exist. Demon Mama. Holy, what have you fucking fostered? Like, this isn't what my chat's normally like. I only have people in here like this when I'm talking about you. This is your fault. This is what you're giving to the internet. This is pathetic.
I consider myself anti-electoral.
Oh my god.
No, none of these people advocate for never voting. At all. Anti-voting is not the same thing as anti-electoralism, okay? These are just not the same things, okay? Anti-electoralism is a position that says that your politics should not be built around electoralism. This
is wild. Because if you guys remember from the beginning, we established Demon Mama doesn't know what electoralism is. She's not using the extremely niche and specific and not widespread definition. So she's making shit up. Understand that. She's making shit up. This is made up. This is the crux of her argument. She is making shit up. She is inventing this because it suits her argument. She's pretending that there is a real thing here. And it's not. It's just not real. It's literally not there. I had fucking President Sunday, King fucking Book himself, came in and was like, oh, fucking, it's not very often used. You know what I mean? I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but it's a rare thing that one guy coined and is not the definition that's available in a few scattered places on the internet is not even the definition that she's giving. So just understand that's how fucking absolutely divorced from giving a shit about this topic. She didn't look anything up. Isn't that crazy? Like, answer that. Like, why didn't she look anything up? Why didn't she look a fucking thing up except for contra tweets? Because we can do research on contra tweet. We have contra tweets. I want you to answer that. Not to me. You don't have to talk to me. But imps, answer that to yourself. Why didn't she look anything up if she cares? If this is so important and if this is going to save lives, why didn't she do a modicum of research? Why didn't she do an iota of research? She would have fucked me up if she would have had any fucking anything to say about any of this. I wouldn't have anything to say. I wouldn't be able to make the video because I looked it up. I looked up what she said, and she's just not saying anything that's actually literally true. It's all shit she made up. And so if she cares, why doesn't she look stuff up? Why doesn't she double check her positions? Why doesn't she clarify? Does she not care about misleading you? Ask yourself that. No, don't change the goalpost. I want you to ask yourself, does she not care if she misleads you? Mind you, this is a person that platformed Keffels. She's going to talk about wasted money. And this is a person that platformed Keffels, a person that absconded with $100,000 and did who the fuck knows with it. Uncritically. Uncritically shares stuff. Uncritically says stuff. Does not do her research, but she cares? What does caring look like to you? What is caring? What is concern for a situation if it's not research? What is it? And I want you to answer that to yourself, if not to me. Why is she so confident and yet doesn't look up any of this? She's concerned about cults. She sees cults everywhere. What if possibly you're all in one? I'm not going to say it directly, but even if I don't, I have. And I want you to consider that. And Demon Mama, if you watch through this, answer that question. Oh, I did. I did. Let's see it.
Electoral politics is a machine designed to squeeze you dry for someone else's benefit. And it is. How can you not look at the current state of the Democratic Party and conclude that this is a machine that is literally burning millions of dollars? They got like $300 million in the month of June from donors.
Yeah.
All for Joe Biden to completely and utterly, preventably, mind you, bomb absolutely horrifically in the debate. And when
how is it preventable? How's it preventable to bomb? Also, like, yeah, they raise money. It's fundraisers. That's how many people. By the way, when we're talking about third parties are not a viable candidate, Joe Biden's not doing that great, and he raised $300 million. And that's not burning money. That's money being spent on the political process. By the way, those ads, this is Demon Mama doesn't know fucking anything about elections. That $300 million is going to go into the Democratic campaign coffers through the Joe Biden for president. Very savvy uses of that are going to be things like shared advertisement. My name is Senator Driscoll, and when I ran for office here 3 years ago, I made a pledge to do this, and this. With the help of President Joe Biden, who is running for election this year, along with me, I hope to continue for another 4 years with both the Biden administration and for the great work that we've done for the state of whatever the fuck. You ever heard of a political commercial like that? How do you think they get paid for? How do you think they get paid for? How do you think that happens? Who knows? Who knows? How could that possibly happen? I wonder where that money's going. I guess they just burn it, set it on fire. Because political mastermind, research free zone, Demon Mama said it's gone, so it must be. Just vanished. It's not being put to anything. Who knows? Could you look up where the money's being spent? I mean, of course you could. Am I going to? No, because I don't give a fuck. It's political donos for fucking ad buys and shit. But it's just the number. It could have been used for anything else. They could have bought so many fucking super chats.
When I say bomb, we know that his closest confidants knew that he's struggling.
Isn't 300 mil kind of small? If it was an entire election cycle's money raised, maybe. But that 300 mil is for, like, I believe, the period just before, during, and after that debate. So that's a lot. That's when their debate, that's when their income came in. It's a shitload of money. Each election's been bigger. Trump lost the last one, and I think the total fundraised for the Republicans last time was $1.2 billion. You'd have to look that number up, but it was a little over $1 billion. And the Dems, I think, were just under $1 billion. I think it might have been 700 mil or something like that. But it's a lot of money. It's ad buys in every state in the nation because it's everything. And that money's being put to use. There's people it's just not understanding. Like, if you just want to hate anybody that's a political staffer and just not understand what they do, that's fine. Just be honest about it and like say you fucking hate them and you hope they die and you don't give a fuck. But don't like pretend like you have a statement that unearths the deeper knowledge of it. The people who are going to be trying to help other motherfuckers run for office for causes ostensibly connected to us are going to be using that money to train on. They are going to be paid salaries to try to get Joe Biden elected. They are going to learn how electoral policies or electoral politics work during an election year. They're going to learn how elections are run. They're going to be doing PR. That money goes into communities and actually it's really good for a lot of America. It's kind of a spending bill in its own right. Wait, does it sound like that? Because it's just going to a politician, and when somebody says money went in a direction, it's just gone. It vanishes forever. No. That money surplus goes crazy because a lot of it comes out of major donor areas. So like New York City, LA, fucking Chicago will donate like crazy. Big cities. And then it gets spent throughout America. It gets spent where people aren't going to vote or aren't as motivated to vote for Joe Biden even more, right? And then it goes into those communities, which is an arguable thing. It gets spent at radio stations. It gets spent in newspapers. It pays for salaries of staffers on the ground there. You know, it might be 5 or 6 people, but 5 or 6 people making $40K for a year to try to get Joe Biden elected is that much money being taxed, spent on rent and everything out there. There's a cycle to money. If you're an anarchist and your fucking entire thing is just like, oh, sorry, a hierarchy existed, I refuse to learn anything about it, which is a big shortcoming for this. I think it would be called pseudo-anarchist YouTube. It's not all anarchists. I love anarchists. They're a barrel of laughs. They're great. But there is pseudo-online lefty anarchy. I think it's the pseudo-anarchic left. Anarchic utopianists or something. I'm going to name it. Don't quote me on any of those coins because I want to get it perfect when I do it. They're the ones that are just like, I don't understand the system. The system can't possibly work because it doesn't give me immediate good results. And it seems like the people that are a part of it are bad. And I'm not going to learn anything about it. I don't care how it works. I don't care how it runs. All I'm ever going to do is confirmation bias, trying to find any little minor thing that's wrong with it or with people that are like benefiting. And then I'm going to hyper focus on the one bad thing and ignore everything else. And that's literally what I see from these communities again and again and again. And I'm fine for it to be like that. I don't give a shit. If you guys want to fucking say the CIA did every single bad thing in the history of mankind, fucking pop off, bro. I don't give a fuck. But that doesn't affect me. I don't care. You know what I mean? The CIA doesn't give a shit either. But when it comes to fucking with my bag and fucking with the safety and security of my home and the place where everyone that I've ever loved basically lives, some short exceptions, yeah, I'm going to start fucking, I'm going to get a little fired up and attack you. And especially if it's completely fucking beneficial to me all around.
There has been so much information that has come out. These concerns have been around for a long time.
Solar punk leftists.
Joe Biden has been struggling for a very long time, and he's been getting hundreds of millions of dollars per month from donors and setting it on fire. So
literally she's saying, don't donate to the campaign. Don't support the campaign with money or time. With money right now, which is anti-voting, basically. You go vote, because I'm sure you'll go vote now that I've convinced you not to spend any time or money on this. But also, anything that you might do that might help other people to vote, don't do that. And there's a very good chance that Donald Trump will win in November, and all of those hundreds of millions of dollars given to Joe Biden will have done jack shit. That's also untrue. It's just a stupid thing to say. Just literally divorced from reality. It will have done jack shit. That's the entire statement. The money that he's getting donated to him for political purposes, that's just, you just don't understand how the political world operates. Like, I can't believe you've been talking about these things as long as you have, and you understand nothing about it. Like, that goes into ad buys. It goes into smaller campaigns. They use that to boost up. Other campaigns beg the fucking Biden campaign for money. They're like, hey, we need an additional $1 million to run a bunch of ads in this area. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, you guys are great and you're very supportive. We don't have that much, but we can give you $500,000. And then that campaign is running off of it. These are the Democratic National Committee coffers. That's what they are. It doesn't always work exactly like that. There might be stipends. There might be things specifically that you have to spend it on, but still that goes into messaging. It goes into stuff that shows up. literally fucking people get more motivated to go to a presidential election than any fucking election, period. And every one of those ad dollars that gets out there and is spent on trying to get people to go to vote for Joe Biden also gets them to go and vote down ballot. You fucking idiot. You fucking moron. There is no response to that. There's no response to that. There isn't, because I'm fucking right. This is the stupidest shit. This is why everyone's mad. I saw her doing the Mott and Bailey actually yesterday. I never said don't go vote. I never said don't go vote. No, you just told people to limit their participation in the electoral process to such significant extent that it's detrimental to the efforts of getting the person they might ostensibly vote for elected. You said a word. You should have just said don't vote. You would have skipped all of the extra bloviating that came out with this.
I guess you could argue pay the salaries of some people, which is good for them. Good for them. Today, Joe Biden reasserted publicly that he's not going to be stepping down, despite the fact that he's not getting any better. Since the debate, he has had multiple public gaffes, and there has been no mention of moral in the Democrats. He is plummeting in the polls.
Plummeting.
It's clear that things are only going to get worse for Joe Biden.
This is one of those things. This is like, I'm not going to look it up. This is way crazy. Just tell me what the poll numbers are. If you're a Demon Mama fan, tell me what the poll numbers are. Why isn't she telling you the poll numbers? Should I look them up? What's Biden polling at? He's probably not doing great. He's probably not doing great. Let's see. Everybody always does bad. Joe Biden poll numbers. Let's see. Watch the polls show 11 days after the Trump debate. Let's see. What do we got here? This is NBC News. Whose poll is it? Whose poll is it? Whose poll is it? National New York Sienna. What surveys found? Now is at least 2 points. Okay, this is embargoed for release Tuesday, July 2nd. SSRS, do finding research. Let's see. Joe Biden, the Democrat, is polling at 43, 43, 45, 45, 46. Donald Trump, Republican, 49, 49, 49, 47. Other for do not plan to vote. Awesome. No opinion, 1%. Vote for Biden, vote against Trump. Most people are motivated to vote against Trump, which is fucking awesome because that means they're going to vote no matter what. Vote for Trump is 60%-ish all the way down the line. The vote against Biden camp is all the way down here. So literally Donald Trump needs to not talk or people get upset. There's a lot you can do with this. Joe Biden, June 28th. Generally, he's been about 35. Donald Trump's been 41. JFK, who is detracting from that overall number, he's an independent, quote unquote, but favorability polls and who you'll actually vote for are different. He is sucking up 14, 16, 16%. That might all go to Donald Trump. I don't know. Polls are very, very hard to read. Mind Made Up is at 73% in this poll. My Change Mind is at 27%. So that's a poll with a 27% margin of uncertainty. People are not certain. It's fucking 4 months to the election. Do you guys even know what an October surprise is? Have you ever heard of that phrase? October surprise? That could go in any direction. Stuff happens in October that fucking pops fucking polls all over the place. It's one of the things that fucked up Hillary a little bit was the goddamn Hillary emails shit in the last fucking minute with Comey. And that went all over the goddamn place. It's going to be psychotic. It's not until until the leaves are changing color. These polls can go in any fucking direction. Let's see. Trump gets edge over Biden nationally across battlegrounds after debate as Democrats turnout in question. It's because the Democratic turnout is fucking in question. Why would that be happening? Is it because of certain types of messaging that are occurring right now? The race for president has shifted in Donald Trump's direction following the first 2024 presidential debate. Trump has now a 3-point edge over President Biden across the battleground states collectively and a 2-point edge nationally. Big factor here is motivation, not just persuasion. Democrats are not as likely as Republicans to say they will definitely vote now. Perhaps befitting a race with two well-known candidates in a heavily partisan electorate, over 90% of both Mr. Biden's and Trump's supporters say they would never even consider the other candidate, as was the case before the debate. So there is appealing to the type of people that like Donald Trump. which are the kind of people that would be really hardcore, dick deep into the debate, is not happening. So everybody that just feels bad about the debate, and they're like, I don't know, I'm just not feeling good, that shrunk his numbers, right? And as we get closer to the reality of a Donald Trump presidency, those people are more than likely going to go, shit, fuck, ass balls. I need that to not happen, right? Because 2016, Trump was not a certainty. In 2016, Trump was the option across from Hillary, and Hillary was not a great option. So letting Trump win or not caring enough to get involved to make Trump lose was not as big of a concern. In 2020, Donald Trump was shown to be deleterious in every aspect of governance in America. He's bad for the environment and the economy, which is rare. I will just tell you that now. Being as bad for the economy as you are for the fucking environment is crazy. But there's so much stuff that goes into these things. And the polls were more trustworthy 20 or 30 years ago because now a lot of the things that were considered standard in reading them are not as standard anymore. There's a lot of differences in how people fucking go to the polls and who goes to the polls and who's still voting. The entire country is pushed left a little bit. There might be a lot of people that don't care about Biden. They're in the Biden poll, but they're big in the gubernatorial poll, and they're going to go to the fucking gubernatorial race. That means governor. And they're going to vote for whoever their governor that they want is. Or they're going to go to the senatorial race and vote whoever their senator is. They might be very excited about their local fucking comptroller, and they really want to go that, and they might vote up ballot. And there's up ballot elections that are happening more and more often. It's still a small percentage, but every little bit helps. And that's the biggest reason why I'm getting into this. I am not of the mind that there is a large singular thing that you can do to change the country. I think that's stupid. I think that's fucking moronic to share with people. There is no revolution coming. There's no one's going to save you. You can do what you can do, and you should do it immediately. And you should do something that is actually going to do something, not just do anything. And you feel like it might work. Do research, try to prove yourself wrong, and if you can't, do that thing. You know what I mean? And I will say, if you're getting your information from a source that doesn't look up their sources, don't trust them. Hey, broken clock's right twice a day. I told you, she's right. Donald Trump is up in the polls over Biden. How much? What polls? I told you. I just read the polls out. I told you what the polls are. Now you know. Now you know. Before you just assumed, but now you know. Do you understand the difference there? Do you understand how important that is? And if you're going to debate me on anything, I want you to debate me on the importance of that specific thing. Evidentiary statements as opposed to fluff. You can't backtrace anything that she said. She didn't tell you her source. She didn't tell you where you got it from. She just said the closest thing we got to a source in this entire conversation was fucking ContraPoints tweets. And a lot of the shit I've proven by looking up the source or looking up the claim that Demon Mama was not just wrong. Sometimes it's the opposite of the truth. Sometimes I just have institutional knowledge of shit and I told you how to go look it up. I told you facts that you can double check and see if I'm right or wrong. She didn't give you that. If you're certain because of this, you've really got to ask yourself why. And if you want to be honest with yourself and say, I just don't fucking care. I just love this bitch and I'm going to fucking agree with her no matter what the fuck she says. I respect that. But be honest with me and be honest with yourself.
A statement since the debate that his team has put out a statement, I should say, that he will no longer be doing activities after 8 p.m. because he needs to get his sleep. The president is sundowning, okay? I'm sorry, but we need to conclude it. He's sundowning.
How do you know that? Is he getting tired at night? He's 81. Also, who cares? Also, ableism. Is that cool now? Are we allowed to do that on the left? I can't remember. I know that like a bunch of lefties. She hangs out with Vosh, right? Demon Mama's a Vosh fan. She doesn't care about the lolly folder. She's down with the short stack porn or whatever. Anal rimming AI horses shit. I can't remember because I have yet to hear a definitive statement on that. Maybe there is one. I can't remember. But like, she hangs out. I know that's the core where people say the R slur all the time. Are we cool with ableism? That kind? Because I don't know. I don't know that much about sundowning. I know old people have like issues, But does that make them like completely incapable of doing something? Are we doing mental disability shit? What is it? How? What? I don't know anything about. I don't know anything. I've never really looked sundowning up, except for like one time when that M. Night Shyamalan movie came out, and it was really, really scary about sundowning, and made it into a whole horrible thing. And I just remember seeing that it's just not that bad. It's a thing that has variations. It's kind of like saying dementia. Like, oh, you got dementia. Sometimes people have just like a little bit, like a little tiny bit of dementia, and sometimes people have nothing left of their actual human personality. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. It's not maybe necessarily the point I would 100% make. I think it's just hilarious that RFK has brain worms, because that's just such a disqualifier, because you literally have a worm in your brain and you've admitted it. And you're like, it won't die, but it's just too funny to say you had a worm in your brain that starved to death. It's just too funny. You just can't overcome that. That's fucking hilarious. I don't know. Too old. It's just a lot of too old, too crazy. She hangs out with the r slur crowd. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't. I haven't confirmed that.
We can all see.
This is me casting aspersions. I am being improper and bad. Yeah, the thing that I was doing that was bad is the same thing that she's doing right now. I'm highlighting it. And also reveling in it, because I'm a bad person.
And it's not that it's impossible for there to be improvements in the lives of people who are struggling with what is likely some form of dementia, but sundowning is kind of a pretty serious sign, and usually you can't, make improvements in your day-to-day life while also trying to be the president. That's just not how any of this works.
RFK is the illicit option? Based.
And they're not going to do anything. And they're asking you to donate more of your time, more of your energy.
RFK is literally a reversely
sent out guy. Just a little bit ago, which is that why the fuck would you ever spend your time? Why would you ever advocate, as somebody who seriously cares about a coming dark age in America? Why would you ever?
She is anti-usage of the r slur.
Their
cool.
lives away, donating and volunteering for the Democratic Party, which has already shown that they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about winning.
Who is they in the Democratic Party? Like, most Democratic Party members don't have to give a shit about you, because you're not their constituents. You know what I mean? You're not valuable to them. And especially if you're not supportive, if you're not donating your time or money to them, why would they care? It's on you. They're already doing that thing. They are involved in the day-to-day operations of all of that shit. If you're not involving yourself in it, and you're from a community that's coming out against donating your time or money to it, why would they give a fuck what you have to say? You can't vote for me, you're not going to donate money to me, and you're not going to volunteer any of your time? No, but I would really like for you to do this, and then once you've done that, I will help you. Okay, well, we have more important people to talk to. Do you not know what you sound like? Oh, Tyler, no, it's actually completely fair. Why would I ever try to put in effort in order to achieve something when I can just achieve something and then after that put in effort? What in the fuck, dude? How many fucking imps are actually like jobless children? Like, that's a thing that I'm concerned about, is that there's a lot of non-9 to 5ers, a lot of like disability waivers and shit or something, because it just seems like there's a lot of disconnection from how things are accomplished, where you put in effort and time and you don't always get an immediate reward, and then maybe something happens, and then sometimes something doesn't, but maybe you achieve something else along the way. It's like the journey. Like doing something valuable. I'm sorry, I've just decided that it's not going to work. Why? Because I've decided it. Like, what have you specifically done that like leads you to this? Where is the evidentiary basis of this? Like, where is like Demon Mama saying, like, as a person that's participated in the political process directly through volunteerism and donations for 10 or 15 years, 5 years, whatever, I've just noticed that every single Republican or Democratic staffer is just constantly jokes about the plights of the lesser person, and none of them take this fucking serious. And I have all of this evidence that none of this will ever work. Where is that? Where is that? Why are you taking this seriously? I've said it 500 times. One of her things yesterday was people didn't watch the entire video. We've still got a little bit more video to go.
They are too hung up on Joe Biden's ego. There is so much that we can do.
So you're comfortable with the current political system? Yes. To a degree, because I know what not there is. You fucking idiot. Does that mean I love every aspect of it? No, dumb fuck, moron. It's literally a complicated thing. And the best way to change it is to get involved with it. What fucking what does that question have to do with anything? Like, did you not do you interact with people like this in your day-to-day life? Does it achieve gains for you? Because there's a lot of you guys, you come in here and you try to fucking present arguments, and your understanding of the world and your ability to articulate your points is so substandard that it's kind of not surprising that you're a bit of a loser in the real world and you need this to make you feel better, because you're not putting in the effort to even communicate in a sensible way. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not a Twitter guy. I'm a real ass fucking person. I've lived a whole life. I don't need anyone on the internet to approve of me at all. And I still get approval from them because I give them what I want. I provide content and shit. And so, like, you don't have that. You can't cancel me. I don't require your approval to exist. So, like, that entire methodology of approaching me isn't going to work, but you still try to do it because you've only got that one trick. And it's very disappointing because there's more tricks. I could teach you them. Hang out in my community. Literally never identify yourself. Don't tell anyone you're over here. And I'll teach you how to fucking actually stand up for yourself like a goddamn adult.
Donald Trump from taking the presidency. Or else, I should say, it is very, very difficult and extremely unpredictable. There is a very, very good chance that no matter what any of us do, even Joe Biden, that Donald Trump will take the presidency.
Thank you, Killjoy. I've seen that. I'll double check. I'll look at it later.
Constructing Project 2025. For all of the people listening to this right now, for all of the people who saw ContraPoints' tweet, all of the people who engaged in all of this
you ever get stuck in a gossip circle? Demon Mama logic sounds like gossip logic. That is fucking facts, boy.
Of course, everybody who watches political content,
that is a
you
fact.
Gotta think about that. You are not, none of you are Joe Biden. And if Joe Biden can't even stop it, we need to put our energy elsewhere. Even if that energy is just going to figuring out, to asking the questions. This is what I meant when I said that there is a culture of arrest on the online liberal left. There is a knee-jerk reaction to anybody who tries to talk about anything that isn't spending more time with the Democrats. I've literally heard huge lefty content creators say that the only path forward is through the Democratic Party.
Yes.
It's delusion.
No, it's not.
And it's wrong. And
it is
bad,
not wrong.
It's deleterious.
And you've provided no substantiation for any of that.
It's wrong to tell people that. You're
Where's the
telling
evidence?
people to go to church, to pray harder.
No one's
Instead of
saying that.
Maybe I don't have the answer. Let's start putting our heads together. Instead of encouraging your audience to start in their own lives thinking about what they can do to insulate them from a psychopath who is likely to take power in November.
Nothing. You can't do anything. By the way, you understand this. You're fucked. You can run to maybe one of the last countries on Earth that will take you, but you're fucked. You're fucked if he wins. You just are. A lot of us are. But you're not gonna bunker yourself out of it. Like it's they're pursuing a genocide. You're fucked. You need to do everything in your power to get the Democrats elected to kick that can down the road, because otherwise you're fucked. There is no alternative. If you're rich, if you can suck up some donos like somebody, maybe ContraPoints. Yeah, you're sure you could flee. If you're Vosh, you can go to Barcelona. But the rest of I don't make that much money. I'm gonna be right here in fucking Lexington, Kentucky, baby. Where I'm telling you right now, it's a bit of a ground zero type event.
Are sitting there going, no, trust in the Lord. I hate it. I'm disappointed and frustrated and infuriated. Real quick, Dat in YouTube chat says, maybe it's easier to ask questions in coalition build, not under fascism. No fucking shit!
Anyone else think Demon Mama sounds like a doom preacher?
Power. Who has the power to decide whether Donald Trump is going to win the election?
Who? Who has the power to decide who wins an election? Who could that be? After all this talking, who could that be?
Joe Biden could croak tomorrow, and the Democratic Party hasn't even taken the time to set up a real heir. We've been talking about.
There's no heirs. And first off, Demon Mama, you fucking moron. Can I call you a fucking moron? The Constitution sets up the heir to the president if they die. It's the vice president. It's the vice president. Kamala Harris takes over as president if the president dies. This has happened a number of times because we have had presidents die. You may recall John Fitzgerald Kennedy didn't make it. Someone else picked up the slack for him after his brain ended up on the back of that car. So that exists. The Democratic Party didn't have to name an heir. You fucking idiot. It's the vice president. What the fuck are you talking about? Literally out of her fucking mind. Seriously, imps, I invite you. You can come into my Discord, you can talk some shit. I'm not going to fucking bother with you. Your guys' Discord is a fucking mess, by the way. Come in, talk to me. At what point of this are you not embarrassed? At what point of this are you not like lightly humiliated that this is your dude or your lady? I'm sorry, I say this is your dude in a technical sense, but this is your icon. This is the person that you're coming into my comment section to support. You're gonna fucking talk a little shit about me. That's fine, but like, is that worth it? The Democratic Party has not yet decided the heir to the presidency, which is first off not the correct word to use, but also it's the vice president.
This for over a year. We've been talking about this for years now on this channel.
No heirs in terms of who's going to take over the general election. Deluge, you fucking moron. The vice president does. The vice president does. If they wanted somebody else to run, they would have to do an entire primary. They don't select that. They'd have to do an entire primary. So the vice president in that situation would run in the president's stead. She just takes over for him in every, because she's the president now. The vice president is the president. Oh my God. An heir means a plan B if he isn't fit for the election. Shut the fuck up. You moving the fucking goalposts. First off, it's still just the vice president. It's just the vice president. There is no better candidate. So there's no reason to try to put someone up there that you want everybody to have their decision split over. You don't want to confuse the electorate by adding other people in this. Don't think you're going to come in here and try to fucking provide an actual, like, you're not going to justify this after the fact. An heir is, first off, literally just somebody that fucking inherits after you die. So that's just what that word means. Understand that. If at the best, so she just doesn't use the word heir right. This is the important thing. Very important to her. And either way, it would still be Kamala Harris. It would still be, because we'd have to do a whole fucking primary. We didn't do a primary because there is no good contender. If there was a good contender, they would step forward. The closest that we came was RFK, who, when he tried to do it, pissed off the entire Democratic Party to the point that he is a political nuisance for the rest of his existence. He is actually politically worthless. There's probably a bunch of people that would vote for him given the chance, but it's not going to be the entire party. And he would do dog shit in a vote because, fucking mumbling Joe Biden, sure, but that guy sounds like someone's running a fucking hacksaw through his throat at all times. He's just terrible. Terrible to listen to. Jesus Christ.
This is the thing. That right there is the thought-terminating cliche that I'm talking about.
They do not have to do a primary that's technical optional. Yeah, it's not like they legally are obligated to, but they have to. They have to, because primary is about running the candidate that people will actually be motivated to go out and win. Like, motivated to go out and vote for. Everybody knows that President Joe Biden is a pretty good president, pretty fucking solid as far as I'm concerned. As far as presidents go, pretty fucking solid. And he is also literally the president. And so he's also literally the presidential nominee. Incumbents naturally should run for a fucking second term every time. It's just easier for them to win. This is basic politics. There is no obvious second person. Kamala Harris would be the best if anything happened to him because she can literally say, I'm continuing our work. This is basic politics. If you don't immediately go through the natural line of succession, then you're going to have to pick a new person. There is no evident person. There is no single person in the Democratic fucking establishment that is suited for the presidency, that wants to also get rid of and risk the job that they're currently doing. It's going to have to be some senator, governor, whatever, and can gain the fucking, what do you call that? The G status or whatever the fuck. Q, can get the Q rating, the basically like the individual person knowledge rating. I mean, this is, hold on a second. That the average American would actually be comfortable with whoever they are. Like they know who it is. You're literally just as good running a corpse against somebody with no fucking profile. Like AOC has no fucking national profile for a presidency. She's not well liked by the Democratic establishment. She's popular among some progressives, a lot of whom are treating her like shit. She would be like the closest thing to one that I think people on our side of the aisle would be like, okay, yeah, sort of. And she's nowhere near the beginning of the beginning of the beginning of the amount of work that you need to run for presidency. These are established things that professionals do as a job. They're very difficult. There's a lot of people who you're like, I think I'd vote for that guy. And even you know you're lying when you say you would. I think they'd seem like a good candidate. Dude, there's people that are fucking... You know who seemed like a good candidate to some people? RFK. And that was before they fucking ran the modicum of a background check on him, found out about the brain worms, and then found out about the possible rape and the fucking dog eating. Imagine RFK on the fucking debate stage with Donald Trump. He ate a dog. I said that people think I don't like dogs. He ate a dog. I can't have a guy in the White House dog eat a rapist. He's a dog eating rapist. And then like, that's it. Bye. Sorry. You're done. Goodbye.
Think you should vote. Go vote. Do your vote. Get your little sticker. But let's acknowledge that your vote is very small. It's a good thing to vote. It's a good thing to vote locally. It's a good thing to pay attention to politics and know what might be coming your way. And what is coming our way, in all likelihood, is some pretty messed up shit. And as I pointed out, Joe Biden, even if he wins in November, still has to contend with a Supreme Court that has robbed him of his power. A Supreme Court that was chosen and targeted by right-wing forces in this country.
First off, that's the job of the Supreme Court. Can I just say, as a lefty, I personally don't like a powerful president. I actually very much like a checked president. The three branches of government have what we call checks and balances. All right. Checks and balances. Not only can the judiciary rob the executive branch of its power, it is through the construction of our entire government required to. That is their job. And this is another one of the ontological good, ontological bad things. This is absolutely no understanding of what is happening. That's not what's occurring here. She's just saying the Supreme Court's doing bad things, so the Supreme Court is bad, and so if he can't make them do good things, he's bad. That's that entire argumentation. It's no understanding whatsoever of the complex power dynamics of the three fucking branches of government. None whatsoever. There's still checks and balances on the judiciary. We just need to elect a fuckload of Democrats. So many that they're very, very secure in their positions, and we can meet supermajority constitution-changing limits and then force people to do it after they're comfortable. It just takes a whole lot of work, and we all need to do it. Because the rich people need to spend money that they already have and do no labor. We are laborers. We have to labor. That's the only way we can affect the world, because we don't have property. It's this whole leftist thing. The Supreme Court literally just did the opposite with the immunity ruling. What is she talking about? Also, they did expand presidential powers to a degree. It's a little all over the place. It's a little crazy. A lot of that comes from bad legislation and bad legislative practices. A lot of the weakness in our government is because we have. This is too complex to get into. It is. I will talk about it for forever. But basically, the way that we construct legislation leaves it open for excessive interpretation from the judicial branch. Some of that is built in. This is common law stuff. And the precedent style of law that we use that some people don't like, look up the Majority Report with Sam Cedar and his talking about the Supreme Court and stuff. He gives a much better explanation of this. We both kind of came to it in different ways. I don't know it just from him. But basically, we have a precedent-based legal system, right? So the precedences that are set by the judiciary inform the way that the executive branch operates. The executive branch is in charge of carrying out the laws under the auspices of what the judiciary has decided to do. I'm just telling you what the fucking three branches of government do. That is how bad this political fucking conversation is. The president, right, can veto laws and also has an extreme amount of power to carry them out. He has control over the military, right? There are a whole bunch of even more complicated nets of power that people study their entire lives, 30, 40, 50 years, doctorates of jurisprudence, to sort of kind of understand, and then the 10 people that understand that one lane of power have 3 different interpretations of it, and they all want to stab each other to death, and they're all in their fucking 80s. But it takes that long just to fucking understand some of these things. We're talking understanding laws that were passed in like the 1860s that still directly affect people because the law stays in place. The law is still a law. Oh, it's very old. No one cares. We should be restarting our Constitution every few years, but we don't have enough people to do that. We could do that. We could dissolve our Constitution at any time if the situation is met to dissolve the Constitution. That's the closest thing to a revolution that you could see happening. You know how you do that? You get a bunch of your fucking people elected. The House of Reps first, and then into the Senate, because representatives make very good senators, and vice versa. Well, really, that direction is one of the best directions to go. John Fetterman, who a lot of lefties don't like, does more for leftism than any of you have ever and may ever do. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, as bad as he is on Israel, he's miserable on it. He does more for leftism than you can or have ever done, unless you get your shit together. I mean, get your shit together. This is a guy that's had a career in politics that's going on like, fucking 25 years now. He's done some crazy shit. He's done some really good things. He's liked by the working class people that vote for him. And you don't like him, and that's fine. But he understands these systems and works within them to achieve the ends that he believes are justified. The people who are saying, I don't want to work inside this and I don't want to do anything, are literally turning their backs on power in order to die martyrs for a cause that needed no one to die for it. It is pathetic and embarrassing and a slap in the face to everybody that's fought for the ability to do any of these things in the first place. The civil rights movement was not just about like voting and shit. It was about being able to even go out and try to like really run for office. You couldn't have black candidates in white newspapers. You understand that? Like, there's money that you couldn't spend back in the day. And these are the things that we're trying to like push back on, is all of these things that these people fought their asses off to make commonplace. And then you're just saying, well, it didn't immediately work for my one specific thing. I'm going to turn my back on it and not be able to literally reference the most basic concepts around it. It's pathetic.
As a way to undermine any politics that aren't their own. Western Sentinel says, I agree.
That is a bunny butt,
Why
yes.
frame it all through the lens of anti-electoralism? It's self-defeating. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Did you not listen to anything that I said? Right now, you have energy. If I become an electoralist and I say, all you got to do is go get out there and vote, go door knock for the Dems, you will blow your time. You will set your time and energy and life
Untrue.
on fire.
Also, I'm an electoralist, I guess. I'm the opposite of whatever the fuck this stupid shit is. And is that what I've said to do? No, it's not. I said to go get elected. I said go get elected, seize the power, do literally whatever you can. More importantly, I'm not going to tell you a specific thing to do. I'm going to tell you, go do your fucking research on how you can fix what you can fix. Where do you live? Who's running for office? What kind of office can you run for? What kind of office can you help someone else run for? Whose friend can you become? If you're a fucking nobody trans person from fucking the middle of Kansas, all right, and you're like, fuck, I think everyone here hates trans people. Are you sure? Did you double check? See what's going on at your local Democratic headquarters. Go be the first person in their office, and you're just like, hey, I'm here to help. I'm not here. I just want to help you get elected. This is me sacrificing my time. Let me see what the fuck goes on in here. Find out your fucking self, and then go get involved. You might find yourself 7 years after the fact not watching any of us dumb fucks. If I scare all of you off of fucking YouTube permanently, I fucking win. Okay? That's a victory for me because I love this country. I know it's fucked and it's dog shit sometimes, but it's one of my favorite places. It's the one place I've always... I live in one of the worst fucking states. It's dog shit all the fucking time. It's bad to people, but the sun still shines on me here, all right? It's nice to go outside with my socks off and stand on the grass here and there. And I want that for everyone. I want everyone to be that comfortable. And the way is not this way. And I'm telling you that right now. You know why? Because I'm fucking dedicated to this shit. I believe in change. I've actually done shit. My dumbass joined the fucking military because I didn't do enough research. And I thought that that was the way I could make change. I became a journalist because all of the stupid shit that I saw in the military, I wanted to fucking talk about. And now I use all of that to talk here. I'm fucking disassembling Demon Mama's bullshit because I practiced for all of this. This isn't new. This isn't an original. I came down from the mountain after a lifetime of learning, and now I can do this. You can do it too. Go out and participate. Make friends. Make acquaintances. Make enemies. Make yourself known. Build a name for yourself so that when you say words, people listen to them. Get the fuck off Twitter. Stop talking from behind a mask. Forget your anonymity. Risk your life. Play with the fucking devil out in the moonlight, okay? Do dangerous gangster shit and grow and become strong. And when your fangs start popping out and you start growing actual fucking nails, use them for your own ends to make the world that you wanted to see. But sitting around pissing your pants and waiting, let's all just huddle on a fucking life raft and float off into the sea, shut the fuck up. If anything, I just want to scare you out of ever fucking sharing that kind of information again. I want you terrified to do that prey drive bullshit because it's not going to help you. You're going to be able to hide. You can't even fucking hide from me. What do you think you're going to hide from a guy with a fucking gun that wants to go fucking out and slaughter people for shits and giggles once it's legal? No. Fuck. You're going to be worse off than you are now. Living in a fucking, a hut commune with barely any running water, shitting in a fucking pot, waiting for the fucking 3%ers to come knock down your door. What do you think? How do you think this is going to fucking end? Cut that shit out. Go and learn what you can do. I don't know. I don't know you. You are not your political party. You are not your minority status. You are not the they, the us that you think you are. You are whoever you are. You are you. I don't know you. I can't know you the way that you know you. I can know that every human has a lot of traits that are good and bad. And I know that almost everybody underestimates what they can actually accomplish in the fucking world. Because trust me, I've seen fucking absolute losers rise to the tippity tip tops of shit through sheer attempts and luck. Okay? And you don't get to fucking win the game if you don't play. Learn what you can do. Teach yourself shit. Get involved. Get the fuck away from this toxicity. Do not dono to this. Do not watch this. Don't permit her to fucking continue poisoning your fucking brains this way. Go educate yourself in anything. In anything. Prove me wrong about something. Come to me as a subject matter expert in anything I said today. I will congratulate you. You know how fucking proud I would be of any of you fucking imps that actually learned some shit from this and said, oh, you're mildly wrong. Hey, I learned a bunch about this shit. Can we fucking all talk about this? And I'll run you through all my statistics and my fucking primary research I've done. I've actually been looking into this a lot. I'm actually kind of dedicated to this. It's my hyperfixation now. I would be fucking proud as shit of you. But if you just want to run and you want to hide, I have nothing for you other than disdain. And no one ever will. No one wants you on their team if you run away. No one wants a coward. No one wants a simpering, sweating, fear-filled little beastie that's shaking in the corner and pissing itself. No one wants to even help you half the time. And if they do, it's an act of charity that lasts until they're bored. Seize power. Learn how to seize the power. Find it. Look out there. Get away from this mentality and grow.
But if I come on my stream and I say, you all out there have your own unique talents. Some of you are doctors. Some of you are programmers. Some of you are nurses. Some of you are website hosts. Some of you are super savvy and know how to store and transfer media of all types all across the internet. Some of you know how to smuggle forbidden media in countries that ban anything that mentions the word gay. If I tell you to use those skills however you can, if I tell you to band together and start coming up with solutions now, I'm not telling you to waste your time. People who go out and live their lives right now doing everything except for electoralism are doing 100 times more. If you're
They're not. Here's the thing. This is the biggest issue. It sounds just like what I was saying, but there's something slightly different, isn't there? There's something slightly off between the way that I'm approaching this and the way that she is. Right? She has to assume who you are. Has to assume your goals, your intentions, your all this stuff, and it's all based on nothing. This conversation is coming at the end of do whatever you can, but literally don't do anything to do the one thing that's actually going to let you be able to do anything at all. That's the issue. Yeah, go ahead, be yourself, but just do anything that's not anti-electoralism or that's not electoralism because it'll waste your time, which is absurdity. Because if you all got together and did all that shit, you could do something. Because if that can't be affected by all the things that you can do, if you go and do, but it has the power, and then you go and do something else, then like it doesn't equate. Is something else that you do that's not connected to the power going to give you any ability to resist the power? It's not. You're going to get washed over. Building sandcastles on the beach and just screaming at the waves to not arrive. It's an absurdity.
out there helping people live another day, you are ensuring that there will be a happy, healthy, and hearty resistance to anything that Donald Trump wants to do. But if you spend your time fucking burning your energy for the Democratic Party, you might eat shit in November. Donald Trump takes over, and then what? No network, no nothing.
Based on what? You will build a network. I went to the Progressive Victory thing with the DGGers. Some of the most terminally online people ever. And I'm not a DGG community guy. I refuse to be in orbit or any of that thing. I think a lot of those guys are assholes too. But even those chronically online, half unwashed dork asses built connections. I still talk to one of the guys, one of the people I met there. I still chat with him, Comet, on Discord. So I met a guy. I network. That's a network. If you go out and get involved in politics, you will network like you've never networked before. I'm just telling you that now. If the way to prove me wrong is to try to do it, by the way, because you won't be able to. Because I was in that world. I was a journalist literally on the ground covering local elections. You can't beat my institutional knowledge of this, except for in like maybe minor things for specific little areas. I'm just telling you right now, if you go out and you start volunteering with the DNC people and you're not a fucking weirdo or an asshole or fucking like put your foot in your mouth or anything that will fuck up because you fucked up, you're going to meet an insane amount of people because what they want you to do is talk to people. And when you get out and you talk to people, you know them now. You learn about them. You're a human amongst humans. You will form bonds. Every person you've ever talked to in your life, you have built a relationship with. Every person you communicate with, that is the beginning of a relationship. And when those relationships connect, that is a network. If you get out and involve yourself in this, if you go herd direction and just go and fucking, I don't know, just fuck off and just do anything but voting support, anything but electoralism, yeah, I guess if you do that, you'll probably build a network. If you go in the other way, you will literally learn how politics work. You'll be better educated on it than Demon Mama. And a week, I guarantee you, in a fucking week, you will know more about it than her. You will learn how shit works. You'll know what I guarantee you, a lot of you don't even know what the fucking local issues are. You think you do. You know what the big ones that directly affect you are, but you probably don't even know that there's like 5 or 6 major things, and you'll find out about it and go like, holy shit. And it's not going to be something that's kind of like rote. Oh my God, I didn't know that like fucking the cops are bad with black people. I didn't know that we have a heroin problem, an opioid epidemic. That's very common shit. But almost every municipality has a bugbear issue that's some nightmare shit. It's like everybody doesn't know that the abandoned steel mill on the edge of town is about to collapse, and when it collapses, it's going to fall on the old highway, and it might like lock us all in. And we're trying to figure out how to get the government to pay for the $1.2 million we need to knock this building down and make it not cover a highway. That's not trans rights. That's not fucking the specific thing that I care about. That's not Israel-Palestine. That's not my own personal bugbear. Granted, it is something that I can materially help with that would benefit my entire community, including me, that I didn't know about. But I don't know. Get involved with that shit. Help people. Make sacrifices if you can. Do a little bit. Get involved. When has get involved become a bad thing? You know what I mean? It's just this hatred of Democrats for of all of the reasons to hate them, the wrong ones. You know, and basically treating every single person in the Democratic Party who you don't know that many of. There's so many. There's so many people. And the DNCs of different states are their own little orgs. And the DNCs of cities are their own little orgs. And sometimes you have them to the county level and to the fucking village level. They're everywhere. 3 people, 50 people, 2,000 people. All over the place, and just pretending like every single one of them is the literal heights of political corrupt liberalism. Every single one of these people is Nancy Pelosi because they helped get Nancy Pelosi elected. Okay, great. That's a stunning. Why don't you write books on your like? Holy shit, this is the knowledge we all needed. I didn't know you could peel the onion back like that. Thanks for fucking. Oh fuck me. What insight.
I want people that are watching this now, that watch ContraPoints, I want people to start thinking about what they can do with the power they have, however small or big. I want them to think about what they can actually do.
As long as it's not wasting your time with electoralism.
Prepare. This is why I take an anti-electoral position. Not anti-voting for the 9 millionth time, but anti-electoral. I don't believe that the average everyday person should spend their time becoming a slave to the democratic machine. They have enough fucking slaves. They have enough yes men.
I don't agree with that use of that term. I think that's a bit fucking loaded and self-absorbed. Willing political volunteers are slaves is crazy. Can we just say that that's a weird way to, because like slavery was a real thing? I know I'm maybe being a bit excessive right there, but like, why are we calling political volunteers? They're unpaid volunteers, yeah, but it's volunteer work for politics, usually for nonprofit organizations. You're literally donating your labor in order to try to accomplish something. That's not slavery. That's volunteerism. It's one of the most profoundly good things that people can do. It's also the thing that you're asking people to do in the other direction. But we have to recast people that are doing volunteer work for the Democratic Party as slaves is bizarre. It's just a strange point to make. Like, what is this loaded language? What is your justification for this? Are you just trying to get people to start thinking with their anything but their fucking brain? I don't think your heart is even in it at that point. Just the clenched feeling in your ass when you're falling down a fucking hill or something. What is that? Like answer to that. And don't hand wave it. What in the fuck? It's so bizarre. Like such a detached from reality statement.
Why would I ever tell anyone to become that?
But like literally, why would I ever tell anyone to become a thing I made up? Like people like somebody says this is always how Demon Mama argues. Why do people watch this? Why are you permitting her to sell herself short? She's got a lot of charisma. She seems excited. She seems concerned about the aesthetics of her setup. Hold her to a higher fucking standard. I let my fucking chat hold me to a higher standard. I didn't get to do mea culpas this week because I had a big run out of time, but we're trying to figure out a way to put that together. I do a thing where I print my retractions and my mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. Are you not permitted to tell her that she's making it? Does she ever come out and like admit it, you know, or something like where it's a real free flow? You guys got to hold her to account. If you're a supporter of her, this is insufficient because I'm fucking this whole thing up. This is completely unraveled. It's not going to be between our communities to decide that. I'm going to put it on the internet and then the rest of the internet can decide for themselves if I'm being fair, unfair, accurate, or inaccurate. And hey, maybe I am fucking wrong. I'll entertain that too. I don't think it's possible. I'm probably just gonna hit the wrong content stream and get fucking obliterated. But like, why do you permit this dog shit? This is trash. It's bad content. It's bad content. Like, overall. Fucking ad homs and strawman galore, but actually used in the correct sense of the term.
This is what I'm talking about, okay?
By the way, she called Democratic volunteers, or just basically anybody that works for the Democratic Party, slaves. So if she says she didn't mean that, that's a Mott and Bailey by her own definition of Mott and Bailey as used with ContraPoints.
We are stuck. The liberal left sphere is stuck. Okay?
Humans belong to the felines. Untrue. I belong to the lagomorphs.
Okay? They're bound up in themselves. They are not prepared. We are getting lapped. We are watching every day. I log on and I see every left-leaning content creator I know despairing.
Log off. Log off. Log off.
At the Supreme Court, as the world gets worse outside of their hands. I want us to evolve. Okay, it's time.
No, you don't. You want a regression.
A new age. Okay. We've
no, it's not
an age of rot.
It's not evolution. You're saying run away. Your entire thesis is to run away. Your entire thesis is to run away. I told you we're doing this entire video. We still got 5 minutes.
And it's time for us to change the way that we move around in the world, the way that we talk about politics. We can't keep falling into this lazy bullshit anymore. Let me ask you something real quick, just to wrap this off. If Donald Trump wins in November and puts in Project 2025, what then? Is everyone who's currently talking about electoralism, are you going to keep advocating for electoralism when Donald Trump makes it literally impossible?
Your version of electoralism is a fake made-up thing that exists only in your fucking mind. So just understand, if you're a Demon Mama fan, she's asking, like, hey, are you going to keep doing this thing I made up after this thing that might happen happens? You understand that when she says that like that, and it's a thing that she made up in her head, and she creates all of the rules, and she creates the fucking people that are inside of it, you can't not be in it. There is no response to that. She's essentializing you. She's basically providing an ad hom post hoc or whatever the fuck. Like literally saying you're incapable of answering this because you have to be a part of this because I've made you a part of this, so your answers are inherently going to be wrong. She said, I created a system that I am saying is a failed system, and your participation in the failed system resulted in this failure that I've imagined. And so when this failure happens because you're in a failed system, are you going to continue doing the failed system? It's a dog shit argument. If she's actually talking, Demon Mama, if you're actually talking to yourself in your head like this, you have lost the plot. You've lost the plot, darling. You're gone. You are gone. This is divorced from reality. You have essentially created an us-them that is based on literally nothing but your own vibes connected to people saying voting good to some degree. Voting good, and if I say voting good and don't immediately like counter that with something, but I'm also doing all of these other things, you know, if I don't fit your test that you've created in a made up term, a completely synthesized term that you created for this argument that doesn't have any relation to anything I could find online. You just defined, and you didn't define it earlier, and I know because you followed up in the next video after this with it. That's fucking bonkers, man. That's a bonk. You're cuckoo. You're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's just trash mentality. I'll take all comers on this, by the way. I'll take all fucking comers on this because it's worth it. It's worth it to fuck people up on this one. Debates. Yes. You have to give me a couple days. I'm going to look stuff up. Tell me what you want to talk about. But goddamn.
For anybody who's not a loyalist to get elected? Is that
might be kind of a genetic fallacy. I think that's
because
correct.
It sounds to me like people have already given up. The electoral faction has acknowledged that they're getting lapped, that the legalistic route is completely fucked.
No, they haven't, because that doesn't exist. There is no such thing as the electoral. That's a thing that she made up. This is why this is crazy. You have to stop. People are like, yeah, it's a 5-hour video to a 1-hour video. I grew up on the internet. I'm 10. Yeah, a fucking response is often much longer than the thing that you're responding to, dumb fuck. This is fucking psychotic. It's you. Who are these people? The people that you made up, that you invented, they're talking to you now? Who are they? Because do they call themselves electoralists? No, you've defined them. It's the same thing that people do when they talk about the online left, but this is extra crazy because that's not even something that everyone can agree with. I didn't hear any of this electoralist shit, and neither did most of you before this fucking conversation, because as we discovered when we did a modicum of research at the beginning, it all stems from one term used by a guy sparingly in extremely niche political circles. So there's no one that can say they're an electoralist to an extensive degree, because I would fall in this camp, and it is a word that I had not heard until she started using it. It made sense sort of immediately, but it's not something that I can. It's so new. It doesn't have a fucking definition in a dictionary that's like 10 or 15 years old. That is fucking psychotic. She is driving herself in circles in a fucking fortress arc, coming up with fucking people, and just more than likely doing confirmation bias on Twitter and YouTube, and just saying, well, I see it. I put it together in my head. It's like the old cat lady that's fucking walking down the street with her fucking collection of newspapers, and then she turns and she's just like, I know what you did on Wednesday. And just keeps walking like, what the fuck was that? She fucking knows what you did on Wednesday. She made that shit up in her fucking head. Were you even there? Do you know her? No. It's made up. You made up a fucking term. Made up a term for people that you could be mad at, that you just invented, that isn't in wide, broad use. And now you're saying that they are all in unison and have a conferred constant message that just is completely 100% in line with things that you say, none of which I even remotely agree with, given the way that I try to interact with politics. It's fucking psychotic. Genetic fallacy, straw man, I don't know what the fuck you're going to call it, but it's divorced from reality in such a fundamental way that having it be the thesis of your argument is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Like, I wanted to talk, I set aside a whole day for this on purpose. Because I'm so fucking nonplussed.
Fucked. They just can't adapt. And so they're raging at the wrong people. They're raging at imaginary anti-voting people. And they're doing so with platforms at the cost of energizing people towards things that could save lives. I want people out there doing the things that I listed above. Helping trans people escape states. Contributing to GoFundMes for survival funds, gathering important information, sharing knowledge that would otherwise be tied away, making copies of, storing, and keeping media that is being censored. I want people to collect books that have been censored by Ron DeSantis. I want people to collect the books and the media that has been banned by Utah. I don't even know what the governor name is there.
You have to be like 16 for this to hit. If this is the speech that gets you to "Oh Captain, oh Captain, my Captain," in between all of your vinyl figurines on your desk at home, you got to be like 17 years old. This is little kid stuff. This would have got me fired the fuck up back in the day. But like, if you want to see the books that are banned in Florida, just fucking go look at them. They're still there. Like, what? They're not banned. They're not banned worldwide. Banned book sales everywhere. People do it all the fucking time. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, do it. Flaunt the ban. Just go download that shit online. Her entire thing is like literally just be the Pirate Bay. Okay. Pirate Bay fucking exists, bro. Hey, just engage in P2P sharing. This is how we're going to make sure the trains stop derailing. If you are not seeding uploads, then you are fucking over the American people. Actually, that sounds like an old Pirate Bay slogan. Excuse me. Nobody is seeding. Fucking everybody poops. This is old school shit. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not like it's not happening. This shit is ancient. This goes back to the start of people being able to fucking read. his underground libraries and shit. Like they had him in fucking Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? I mean, do it, but all of this extra stuff too. It's not all of these things that you can add on pale in comparison to state power. They just do. They do. And with all due respect to anarchists, no amount of believing, wishing, and hoping is going to get rid of state power, because I kind of like that shit existing. So I'm not going to help you destroy the state unless it's time for the state to be destroyed. A little bit of anarchism if you're good, if you behave yourself. But like, it exists. It's not going anywhere. It's incumbent on hundreds of millions of people to keep it in existence. And next to no anarchist I've ever spoken to provides a good argument for actual dissolution of state power in the real world. And I know that's not what everybody does, and there's a lot of different versions of anarchists, and I'm not calling all of you out, but this is the closest I can get to what this might be. Somebody else said that's kind of like where it is, and it just seems like uninformed anarchism. Without an actual, just a knowledge that the state bad, but then no knowledge whatsoever of why, and then much more how, and how to undo that in a way that would actually equate to best fucking results for all of the people who are directly involved in maintaining the state powers. It is the Leviathan. The motherfucker's going to keep swimming. You know what I mean? It doesn't give a shit. It already exists. You cannot prevent the United States. It is there. The people that are closest to destroying it are the fucking Republicans. I mean, if you want America to balkanize and turn into a bunch of psychotic mini Americas, I mean, be my guest. You live in the fucking United Republic of North Texas. Get fucking dunked on.
Who cares? I want people to care about their environment, to start making it livable in ways that Donald Trump can't stop you from doing. And if he tries to stop you, I want you to work together with everyone you know to figure out how to undermine that.
If you work with people that are me, it's going to be fucking seize local power through winning elections. Don't lose the election. It's kind of fucking over. There really isn't much of, we might weather it. A lot of it's just hope that the fucking legislative branch stays highly intact and does some shit. Like a lot of it's going to be playing to the, he shut the camera off. That's his butt. The bunny cam is operational. It's just warm and he's laying against it. So it's not out, by the way. But like, I think right now, doing something, planning for failure without first planning for success is a crazy option. Failure planning should be your second thing. You know what I mean? Planning on how to drive a car without crashing it is infinitely better than planning for how to survive the crash. Both things have to happen, but the first thing is much more important. Teach lefties game theory challenge level impossible.
Being pushed and resisted. Will you be able to do it? Will you have the connections necessary? Unfortunately, I think, and even I am guilty of this, I think a lot of left-leaning YouTube people, they work themselves into isolation. They make themselves, they take paths that lead them away from real connection to other people. They become siloed off, and then in fear, they defend the status quo. And I even say this right now, that I even have been guilty of this. Now, I'm pretty good about admitting it and owning my mistakes, as you all know. Sometimes people get mad at me. But I want people to evolve.
There's a lot of status quos.
You don't have to do a stream where every stream you boot up and you're talking about every radical action. In fact, I think that would probably not be beneficial. I just want people to stop fucking wasting people's time, lying to them, and trying to convince them to believe in a faith that is a lie.
It's not a faith. Here's the thing. Faith has no reward. Like the prospect the faith is summed up with, there will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. There will come a payday someday, someday. There will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. There will come a payday someday. That is faith, okay? The United States of America has a literally operational services district. That I might not even be using. I hope I'm using that term correctly. You know how your house isn't on fire right now because all of the electric has been. You might not know this, but all the electric cable is like falls underneath like certain regulations, and the way that it was built does too. Your house is not on fire. You know how like if you live in a town that has a levee, it has a levee. You know how like when you call on the telephone, like it goes to people and like there's not like legal snooping on it. You know how like you can use the Wi-Fi in your house because there's not interfering signals constantly from just anybody that wants to have a stronger transmitter nearby. You notice how like the fucking there's lights at intersections on streets and shit. Oh, Tyler, you're just talking about roads and stuff. You're just talking about all of the things that fucking make the day-to-day lives of normal people happen. Yeah, dumb fuck. I am. That's not faith. I don't have faith. I am a literal atheist. I don't have faith that those things will run. We need to continuously win elections because I just read in Project 2025 that they're going to be trying to destroy almost every single federal regulatory agency and the entirety of the United States service district, start to finish, basically. Like they want to shut down urban housing and development. They want to shut down family health services stuff, education department stripped to the fucking bare bones, firing everybody. They want to eliminate the Department of Transportation. They want to eliminate the National Railway Safety Board. I can't remember, the National Railway Administration, the NRA, or whatever the fuck it is. Those are real things. This isn't faith. Faith, dumb fuck, is saying, hey guys, just as long as you do something will happen. I just know if you guys use your skills and do some shit, something will happen. That is what faith is. You are selling people a false bill of goods. You are using your confidence to try to convince people to do things against their own best interest. That's what we in the business call a con man. And that's just a term of respect. If you weren't good at it, you couldn't do it. But this is ultimately the thing. Even if you don't realize that you're a con artist, sometimes you cannot realize that you're a con artist. And right now, this is a con. This is a con job. This is somebody trying to use their confidence to change your confidence in something, to make you confident about something that is not going to benefit you, just because it's going to make them feel more comfortable. In this case, it's an act of This is actively manipulation. Actively and without reservation, I will debate people. I will fight you on this. Shout, what's up, gay fesh? Tweet about me, bitch. I'll fucking come for you too. Literally, that's what this is. It's a con game. This is a con. And the con is literally just to make them feel better. That's all it is. There's no benefit from this. She never articulated. We watched the entire video. Oh, I'm sorry. We have 1 minute left.
And to quote the great Duke Aldia, a lie remains a lie. Anyway, thank you for hearing me out.
I didn't know that was going to be the most exhausting part.
Make sure you check out the next section where we're going to go read some other responses to this thread that I think were notable. If you're watching this as a video, press subscribe down below, and please leave me your comments letting me know what to think. I don't know, like I said, I don't know, and I don't think that ContraPoints will ever actually see this video. But I hope the people who think like ContraPoints will, and will think again. Thanks for watching.
Okay, nothing else to add. So, we're going to fucking start wrapping this show up. Someone said, is service district the right term? Let's see. Let me just double check. Service provider is service district. Yes. Local service district. What are local service districts? They are established to provide certain services to communities or areas that have similar needs within a community or geographic zone. So yeah, it's the United States Tax and Service District, basically. That's not an official designation. That's just a thing that you can call it to make sense in the moment. It's not something that's like, there's no like phone line to connect to that. It's kind of just describing that as a thing. It's kind of like a TIF. But where was I going with that? This was bad. This was some of the worst content I've seen from a political creator, period. It is actually antithetical to good political advocacy. It's kind of crazy. It's literally laying down in the face of your enemies and surrendering. It's like putting your fucking ass in the air. I don't understand what gives Demon Mama the confidence to do this, but I want to steal it from her as practice to steal it from anyone else that does this. I am planning on attacking other creators over this kind of conduct. This was full of lies, an absolute lack of understanding of any of the issues at hand. It was fear-filled, self-absorbed, childish dreck. Nonsense. And it deserves no respect. I cannot believe she worked herself mentally into a position where she was confident making this. And is there a way forward? Yeah, just stop doing that. Just stop. I think, unironically, Demon Mama probably needs to stop talking about politics because she clearly doesn't have any interest in it. Like that. First off, that's just evident to me. There is no interest in politics shown here. There's no knowledge of anything. This is based on just trying to attack people over tweets, really. And it's not like you provided anything else. People are like, oh, Tyler, you're going a little bit deep. What are your excuses? She's an entertainer. You enjoy it. You like the confidence. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. This is bad. It's bad because people will listen to her and then internalize this shit as both a way to argue, as a way to make content, and in a third way, as a way to proceed into this electoral season. There's no reason to not say that this is bad content. And that Demon Mama is deeply irresponsible for sharing this. Delete the video. Take the L on the 2,000 fucking likes or the 2,000 fucking views. And don't ever make these arguments again. You sound like a fucking... Don't try to continue this with me by making a response where you think you're going to prove your point. I will tell you that right now because we can make a thing of it. And I will do that. I will turn you into content. That is a direct threat. Put your pride away. I like the fights. I love them. I live for them. And I honestly think that you're doing a bad thing here. It doesn't mean anyone deserves abuse, obviously. No one in my community is permitted to defend me. If you want to talk to me about anything personally, let me know. I will try to make time for you. If you're one of her viewers and you want to come in here and defend some shit, bring it on. But unironically, this is the kind of behavior from political actors that cannot be permitted. It cannot be permitted. Because it is antithetical to every goal I have, first off, and it's bad for the people that she thinks she's sticking up for. It's not based on logic. It's not based on reasoning. There is no evidence. There's no evidentiary background. Half the terms she was using are either completely wrong or made up. And it's just a terrified, fearful thing. And that doesn't justify it. Being so scared that you scare other people is not a justification for anything. Like that's not a forgivable act. Spreading terror and doomerism and fear is bad. To quote a guy once upon a time, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Fear is the mind killer. Okay? And that's all that is. That's Little Death. Literally the mind killer. Just saying shit. Saying anything that came to mind. Just freaked out. And already feeling comfortable about maybe sort of half attacking somebody over it. You know what I mean? Already feeling half comfortable. So not going to slow down. And then, when we get into this, somebody said they wanted to prove this. This is, I'm not going to bring up the whole video because it's confusing, but I'll just play it in the background.
Lavender Menace says, I personally oppose state bans for trans-identified people. Oh. Oh, you are in the wrong neighborhood, bitch. Bitch, you are in the wrong neighborhood. Hey, let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Hold on a second. Let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Go visit bodybuilding forums, okay? They'll help you find your tea. They'll help you live the life that you want to live, okay? It is okay to transition. You do not have to spend your whole life pointlessly seething against trans women, okay? You can live the way that you want to live right now. You'll be happier for it, I promise. A repressed life is no good. Those gym bros will help you. And if you live in a state where you can go to a informed consent clinic, you don't even got to go to the bodybuilding forums, okay? You can just go right there and talk to your doctor, and they'll help you transition, okay? They'll help you. I am a detransitioned woman. Oh my God! Oh, the third eye! The visions! I can see them! All timelines unfold before me! All possibilities! And yet I identify the true possibility. The only path forward. The truth is mine to command and understand.
So this is why what she was doing. This is a person that came in to argue with her. She did the Vosh thing of trying to pick the weaker chatter and stuff, which is fine. I mean, I understand why you would do that, but yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's okay. This is the good thing about being a journalist. I can say I feel like that's not okay, but I don't know for sure. So if someone else wants to comment on whether or not it's okay to dog someone for that specific thing, Killjoy has the clip. I think he'll probably share the link to it. But that was when she was malding last night, and that's when I was just like, oh, I got to cover this. And if anything, I'm sharing that just to let you know, like, if you're comfortable dunking on somebody who's smaller than you, like that, you know, someone that's in your chat, which I'm fine with. I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm just saying that means I get to come at you hard. Because those are the rules we're playing by, right? It's not like I got to fucking treat you extra nice. It's like, okay, cool. You like the bands, you like talking shit, so let's fucking do it. And I mean, hey, Demon Mom, if you want the fucking smoke, I can't do anything tonight. I actually got to get off here and cook some fucking carbonara for my wife. I'm probably gonna have a shorter stream tomorrow because of this. But yeah, if you want it, come get it. Oh, I'm fucking here. I love a debate. And don't try to use that fucking, I'm smaller than you, I'm a clout goblin, you only got fucking 30K. I'm going to be there in probably a year or so. So fucking watch yourself. I love a bully. I love a bully. Because you can fuck with a bully. Bully already knows the score. Bully knows how bullies do. If a bully gets bullied, that's just fucking what it is. Demon Mama community definitely thinks it's okay to say anything to a detrans person. No holds barred. Fucking wild. Okay, cool. That in case it was a turf, so I don't give a fuck. Hell yeah, dude. Dehumanize your enemies, man. Don't forget, they're not real people. So when people do that to you, don't forget you're not a real person either. Oh, man. I love it. Another bored person. What's going on here? Is that butt or a bunny face? It was actually his, like, flank back. Another bird person. What? Ignoring electoralism is stupid. That's the point. Nothing ever said to form other acts, but going making up an argument. What's going on here? Just vote and help other people vote. Don't do shit. Don't help anyone. Don't organize anything. Don't resist. Don't do anything for yourself. Just sacrifice yourself and vote. Quote, Amd vote Westside Tyler. Another board person can't even be bought. I love that. This is one of the fucking weakest, dude. Weak. I'm not gonna lie. Demon Mama's community. I don't think I need you guys. I don't need you guys as fans. I'm gonna say that. If this is what you're like, I don't need your money. I don't need your eyes. Like, holy shit. Demon Mama, if this is what you're putting out, pathetic. Disgusting. You disgust me. Oh my God. He, like, made shit up about me and put it in quotes and then put, like, my name after it. Oh my God. You're doomed. You're fucked. Holy shit. I said a bunch of different stuff. You can help people. You can do a lot of different things. You could do all kinds of different shit. It's literally what depends on what is needed. Like, be a fucking leftist. Use dialectical materialism. Figure out what can be done in your area. Get involved. Network. literally help other people go vote, yeah, that's a good thing. I stand for that. That's a very good thing. That's not the only thing that you should do. And also, you don't really need to do that too much when it's not election season. You can do other stuff. It's election season right now, so that's important because of the election. If you weren't a Demon Mama fan, you would know that. But unfortunately, you've been robbed of your education. You've been sold a false bill of goods and starved of knowledge. You're fucking pathetic now, like a sniveling little thing on the ground, and I'm sad about that for you. But there's tons of stuff you can do. Like literally, go educate yourself on shit. The thing is getting involved in like the state and in politics involves so many different facets of stuff that it's kind of like you can't, if you say one specific thing, you have to like narrow it down too much. Just literally, I think I said go and talk to people at your local election area for the DNC or for a third party if you want, and just learn about what's going on in your community that needs assistance. That is one thing. Did you need, like, was it specifically there was like once you've named 4 things, then you've accomplished the minimum statement or something? But that's just one thing that is like simple in its immediacy, but actually is involving a large complex amount of shit, right? Because you might just end up learning everything about sewers. You might just learn everything about gutters. You might be like, oh fuck, I'm a gutter guy now. I like gutters. Oh shit, now I know about fucking retention pins and walls. Now I know a lot about the fucking education system in my city and why it's currently fucked. I know about busing. You know, like, yeah, go and fucking help in any way you can, but understand that the election desperately needs everybody to pull together. This is one of those things where we cooperate to make something happen. And if it doesn't happen, nothing else matters. It just doesn't, because you've lost the election. The state power is now going to fall down on you. Do you think you're going to kumbaya away America? No one's done that yet. I'm a big doo-doo head because I vote Westside Tiber, true and fact build. It's like a white guy getting offended because someone said white people did bad things 500 years ago. Were they even white at that time? 500 years ago. I guess, yeah, probably. God damn, time passes. I guess that's actually fucking slave trade. Give money to Red Westsider Taylor. Memes created. More memes. My tarot cards give me better political takes than Demon Mama. Sarcasm. I mean, yeah, but if you're the former, you shouldn't feel attacked by that type of shit. What does that mean? Are you talking to me? I mean, dude, telling people they shouldn't feel attacked by something only matters if you're not attacking them. I'm just going to say that. I don't know exactly what that comment was to, because people are bad at talking to people. That's Demon Mama's version of Sake Tanuki. Oh, the guy I was just talking to? Oh, no. Oh, I'm only saying that from the hater bully's perspective. You couldn't be saying that and then go on to preach radical kindness. Yeah, you can. Prove me wrong. And say bully everybody. I say bully bullies. Then there will be only one. You know what's that thing where, like, Batman says don't kill a guy because if you kill a guy, there's 2 killers, but there's actually still just the one. And if you kill like 50 killers, then there's just the 1 killer left. It's actually bad math for that statement. Tyler is white? Oh, fucking, I know. I'm sorry. What's going on? Who are you guys talking about? I am a Republican. Westside killer. An entropy fan. Q Queen B. It's a specifically virulent part of a grifter / pick me, so I'm not necessarily firing back full auto. Being a bully to a bully is just a matter of speaking the bully's language. Yes. Literally, that's why I do it. Like, first off, I have like that inclination to me, but I don't do it. I'm fantastically nice to people. I call everybody sir, ma'am. I'm just like, I try to be nice. I try to make life pleasant for other people. It gives me nothing other than knowing that other people are happy, and that makes me happy. If you want to feel like a god, be a kind god, and then you'll feel like a kind god all the time. You know what I mean? Some people want to be like throwing lightning and shit, but what if you just always make people better, and then they're just happy because you're around, because you make their lives better without being intrusive on them? Isn't that kind of based? Isn't it kind of cool to like make something and then not necessarily get the praise for it directly, but you see other people enjoying it? One of my happiest moments, and it wasn't even my tree that I planted, but we had a cherry tree in front of my last house that would have fragrant flowers on it. And sometimes people would walk by and they would lean up and smell the cherry tree flowers, and it would be a nice moment for them, and that would make me happy. And it still does. It still does. I still like it. You know? If you want to essentialize people based on certain minor traits, you can, and it's your fucking right as a human being, because I can't stop you. It's just endemic to how brains work. But it's not going to work for me. I'm too fucking complicated for me to keep track of. It's not like a flex. It's just kind of an unfortunate reality. I wish I was more simplistic. I wish other people were too. They'd be easier to deal with, but I can't pretend they are to make my life easier, because that's rude to them. Damn, I guess I need a new Black King. Sounds like the goal of Aikido. If it is, that's based. We'll warn you, Tyler curses you with a spark of inspiration. You'll be cursed with the need to create art. Go do it, man. Go join the fucking Discord. You can join the Discord to argue with me, but if you don't break any of the rules, I highly suggest you visit the Creative Corner, because we have like contests and art shit and people make stuff. There's very specific rules for my server. Follow them. Follow them. But the server's actually a good place to be, I think. It's the kind of place I wanted to be when I made a Discord server. And now I like it. I go and look at it, and other people run it. They're my slaves. I don't know. I think they're just volunteers that enjoy what they get out of it. I hope. I wish I could pay them. If I have money, someday I will. And right now I don't, because I'm small. But if you want to support the channel and make us grow, you should do that. Oh, fuck. I forgot to pause alerts. I am so sorry, everybody. Here we go. Oh my god. The cum scoundrel super chatted $12.81. The motivational speaking between you and Dima Mama is night and day. It'd be too on the nose to say it's like the conscience on your shoulder, but she's just straight up wearing devil horns. Fucking true. Thank you for the fucking gifted subs, everyone, too. Fairflight. GURPS is easy. Super chat at 1566. Leftists of this style seem to be so afraid to be wrong/offensive. They get wrapped up in hedging. Can't tell people to exercise because 1 out of 1,000 can't. Can't tell people to vote because it's imperfect. It's paralyzing fear. True. Literally. And I think really the like bully aspect of it kind of gets it in line. Like if there's 10,000 things I can do, but the one thing that'll actually work is giving you a fucking swift kick in the ass, I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like I bullied Lore Lodge a little bit there, and it made people are suggesting that it made Wendigoon use better citations. People don't like my methods because they don't understand me, but I think they work. I practiced it a long time, and I thought about it a great deal. It's not like reactionary. I'm being very intentional with a lot of the stuff that I do. Rolsk 477. In a post-apocalyptic society, I believe Ilkhan Tyler would be a cruel but fair ruler. I have taken the heart of their leader, put it into the wings. I've taken the heart of their leader, put it into the claws of a falcon, and have the falcon fly as far as it can. Where it lands to feast, we will bury him there. And for 10 paces around will be a place of peace, where any temple may be permitted. But beyond that is the land of the Khans. And no house shall be built for 100 years. I love those fucking edicts from back in the day. When your measurement is just like things that happen. The punishment for this man will be, he shall be beaten for every leaf that fell from the tree which was wounded. Holy fuck. Fuck, metal as shit. Everything I've said about bullying here is related to my original comment, which was that bullying that smaller turf chatter was justified because that person was a turf. Based. All right, yeah, dude, be cruel. Find enemies and treat them like animals. It's fucking awesome. You just be fucking demonic. It's fucking based, man. You owned it. That's cool. You're a little bit of a fucking little monster in you, right? Do you ever spread that out? You try to like, maybe they're just a turf anyway. You ever think like maybe somebody's a turf and so you just treat them like shit anyway? Pretty fucking based. But hey, you owned up to it. I can't fucking take that away from you. You're being a little bigot. That's cool. Be a bigot against bigots. I like it. Kind of fucking respect that shit. I don't have an argument against that. Fucking going sicko mode. But when people use it against you, you can't whine.
Hope you enjoyed your time